Maybe. I don't know. There we go. All right, what's going on? It was Saturday night. Uh-oh. It's Ed,
I'm
it
muted.
says,
There
"Evan,
we
you're
go.
muted."
Yeah, I've got like two different buttons that mute me. Derek could hear me. Okay,
Yeah, I could hear
so
you. All right, well, we'll start again. We'll
I'll
start
start
again.
over. Start over. All right, here we go. There we go. Uh, there we go. Hey guys, we'll pretend that first part didn't happen. Hey, look, Derek's here. Look at that. How
There we
cool.
there we go, there we go, there we go. Hey,
That's like
everybody. How's it go?
that's like the second or third. They could hear you, but not me. That's like the second or
Oh,
third
okay, okay.
time that's happened. Okay, so a while
Saturday night.
back, yeah, Saturday night. So a while back, I was on Derek's stream, and we were talking about some nice last call. We were talking about some engineering rules and stuff like that. And then he was streaming, and you're developing like a super big mega dungeon thing, right?
Yeah, and the 20-second version of it is, I started doing a stream. I love mega dungeons, right? That's like basically dungeons where you play the entire campaign essentially in one dungeon. And I did a design stream for maybe like, I don't know, 30, 40 hours where I talked about my process for building these from the ground up. And people were like, "Oh, that's really cool. You should totally do that." And I was like, it's a lot of work.
Yeah.
And then, obviously a year later or whatever, I'm still not working. I don't have a job. And, some people were like, "Oh, that would be really cool to do." So I've kind of like reignited that project a little bit. Anyway, so we were talking about designing big dungeons. That's what we were talking about on Saturday.
Yeah. So the idea came up that so typically with mega dungeons or dungeons in general, dungeoneering, with old school stuff, you roll a die and you roll a one, you get an encounter, right? So every so often you're
Hmm.
rolling these dice, so you roll a one, you get an encounter, and it might be combat, it might be this, might be that, but you get a thing. Generally something you don't want though. Um, but if you're playing for a few hours and you roll every 20 minutes, every 30 minutes or something, like you can conceivably roll like 6 or 8 d6s and never get a one,
Correct.
right? So that's not exactly fun, right? So the floor to the encounters is like too low.
Yes.
Um, but on the other hand, you could roll like back to back to back to back ones.
Right.
Like how many times like I could tell you like I've made like a few D&D characters and like you roll 3d6 or 46 and like you get three
Sure.
sixes. Like
Right.
it happens. So
Yes, it's one in 216.
yeah, yeah. So that definitely happens, especially if you're rolling like roll four, drop the lowest or something like that. Um, so like the ceiling is too high, like with the
Yeah.
number of counters. The floor is too low. It and the fun
Yeah.
zone is like here, right?
Yeah. Well,
So
and I
go
think
ahead.
that's an important thing that you're kind of highlighting, which is it's the difference between like approaching the game as a simulation versus approaching the game as a game. And like to put it another way, typically, not always, but typically these random encounters are, they're kind of an annoyance or they're a problem. They can eat up your resources. You'd rather get in and get out, right? And so from like a purely subjective perspective, like for example, imagine you're driving, you're getting the family in the car and you're making the road trip, right? Ideally, you want no random encounter would be a
Yes,
blowout. It would be you get pulled over, right? It would be get stuck in a traffic jam,
right.
right? Ideally, you want none of these, right? You don't want random encounters, right? From a certain perspective, because they're annoying and they delay what you're trying to do. But from a gamist perspective, we in we enjoy engaging with these mechanics and these sort of unexpected results. And so, especially
Yeah,
if they're, the encounters are designed more to be something that you can engage with rather than something that's just purely an annoyance. So,
yeah,
yeah, like I think the bigger problem is that sometimes it just doesn't generate any results more than it would generate several in a row. But it does happen, and that
yeah,
could also be really annoying too.
yeah. And I get it for a lot of the OSR like old school games where like combat is a failure state or you want to avoid
Yep.
combat, and it's really just a stick. Um, in Nimble, like for me, like combat is kind of the fun part. But even though
Right.
it is fun, like you still don't want to really have like back to back to back to back combats, because then it can become like, a little bit monotone. So
Hmm.
you want to have this balance of like this flow to, like, if you're watching a movie, you can't go from like explosion to explosion to explosion. Like it wears you out.
Correct. Right. We talk about tension curves, and I was talking
Yes.
about, in classic KLC style, I was like drawing graph charts and talking about like the build up and the tension and that release,
Yep.
for sure. And I will also point out that in a pure old school mechanic,
Ooh.
encounters were with creatures, but because of the way that the game worked, because of things like random uh, reaction results and random motivations, it doesn't always necessarily mean quote unquote a fight.
Yes.
It often meant a fight, but like we think of random encounters, we typically think now like maybe like the JRPG, right? You're walking around the overworld map of the dungeon, and
Yeah.
yeah, and you're in a
It's
fight.
another Zubat.
Yeah, exactly. And so that could totally happen, and that's
Yeah.
okay. But I think that there's something fun about those experiences that doesn't necessarily have to be a combat, and it doesn't even necessarily have to be bad. Some people talk about, oh, it's a random encounter. It could be an opportunity. It could be something like that, and that's fine. But within the context of specifically a dungeon,
Mhm.
we are using that as sort of a time pressure, right? To
Yes.
make you feel a sense of urgency. I'm in a dangerous place,
Yeah.
and the longer I stay here and the more I sort of make my presence known, the worse it will be for me. And so if you're thinking about it from that perspective, you typically want the encounters to be leaning towards dangerous.
Yeah. Something that will use up some of the resources,
Yep. Yeah, from a
basically.
purely gamist perspective, it is a resource draining exchange,
Right. Yeah.
situation.
Thinking of it like Pokemon, I think is interesting because, like, yeah, like if
Yep.
you played a Pokemon game and you never encountered any Pokemon, like, this is stupid, like, why
Right, right.
like why would you do that? But like you go into the, I don't know if you ever played any Pokemon games, but you go into the caves,
Yes.
and like every 3 steps there's like another stupid Zubat. So
Right.
like you buy Repel so that you don't have encounters. So like there is some number of encounters that is fun and
Yep.
some number of encounters that is not fun.
Correct.
And so there's two extremes. So I made this chart. So sort of what you were thinking. So the encounters, the risk, I say it's the risk because, like, if you have a dungeon, there's things to do, there's things to explore. But if, like, you made your build and you have all your spells and, like, you don't, like, oh, this is just like a peaceful,
Yeah, you want to
uh,
flex on them.
a peaceful dungeon, and like,
Yeah.
so like zero encounters, I would say is unfun.
Yep.
It's unfun. Common encounters, at least. And then over here we have like too many encounters, right? So like back to back to back to back, where we just keep rolling ones. We don't want that. We want to have like a cool sort of flow to it. So like this is what you can see what I'm. Do you have the
Oh
stream
yeah.
open, dude? Okay.
Yeah, I
So
do.
like you want to see you sort of like the fun thing about RPGs, I think, is like seeing. The fun thing about like dying in RPG is not like the dying necessarily. It's like seeing it coming and like feeling that tension and like knowing that it's coming and like being able to do something about it. You know,
Yep.
I think that's fun because it gives consequence and meaning to your choices.
Yep.
Um, so like seeing the so like seeing the risk of like, oh, I like the GM can see it, but the players can see it as well. Like, oh, I can see that it is getting more and more risky. And if we stay here for any longer, then it's going to be like we're going to encounter, some bad guy eventually, and it's going to be really bad. So
Yeah.
being able to see it, I think, is a really important thing. So how can
Yeah. There,
we?
oh look. Yeah. So I just saw that. That's the sawtooth graph I
Yeah.
was drawing. There you go. Perfect. Yeah. No. Exactly. And and I know that during the stream, my stream, we talked about this someone else's concept of an underclock.
Mhm.
And I don't know what particularly inspired you, Evan. But like for me, my only concern with that is that it can sometimes end up letting people math things out too
Yeah.
much.
Yep.
Um, where you go, okay, well, the clock ticks down D6, so the most it can tick down here is 6, so we're safe because that's not going to trigger an encounter. I
Yeah.
don't want the players to ever feel 100% safe, and I
Yeah.
don't ever want them to feel
Like
100%
it's inevitable.
fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, right, exactly. Inevitability is not something that I want to destroy. But what you
Yeah.
said is my core problem with the
Mhm.
classic D&D mechanic.
Yes.
Ultimately, the reason I play games, period. Now, this is where I know I break with 99% of the RPG population. I don't play RPGs to be immersed. That's
Uh-huh.
not me. I play RPGs because I enjoy being able to interact with and affect this fantasy world, right?
Mhm.
And to let my choices and my decisions and my consequences, right, shape and impact the mechanics, but also the fiction, right, the
Yeah.
world. So, and I like doing that. And sometimes maybe I can do stuff that I couldn't do in real life, like I don't know, set the building on fire, or be super heroic, right, and stand and fight off 20 people. Because in real life,
Yeah.
one, I'd probably chicken out and run away, and
Yeah.
two, if I did stay and fight, I'd probably get my ass kicked and lose anyway. So
If I just
RPGs,
saw one goblin, I'm out of there,
right?
Get me
So
out of here.
um, so I enjoy being able to to interact with that space. My main problem with the random encounter situation is as written in most games.
Mhm.
It's not something you can really meaningfully interact with as a player. And I
Yes.
like this idea that, the decisions I'm making changing things and affecting
Mhm.
things. That feels very powerful. So I like that a lot.
And then the players knowing at sort of like a meta level, like roughly how risky it is.
Yep.
Um, I think that does really cool stuff to the game because if I have no idea how risky something is,
Yeah.
then I'm just going to be like, yeah, whatever, let's just keep going.
So
But
yeah, so
yeah,
to put that in another way, because a lot of people, I'm putting on my hat. A lot of people will go. Well, a lot of people will say, "Oh, like if there's some sort of
yes. Sorry, I'm trying to go ahead. You're good now.
okay, sorry, stop clicking buttons."
He wasn't saying anything, guys. Don't worry about it.
I wasn't saying anything. Okay, I don't know what I was saying. Okay,
Uh,
so yes, so the idea that some people will say that seeing a pool of dice or a a number or a clock that's ticking up is meta knowledge, and that
yeah.
can ruin the immersion for them because they can see it. But I would argue that, do you feel like your immersion is destroyed because you know your hit points?
No,
Right? You know.
no, I don't
No,
think
of
so.
course,
Like,
no. Of course, that's what I'm saying.
yeah,
Like, it's a faulty argument because
yeah,
you can look at your character sheet and go, "Oh, I have 10 hit points left. I'm good."
yeah. It's
And
like
we make these decisions all the time.
yes, the hero would know, like, oh, like one more good axe to my face, I'm down.
Right.
But like I
Whereas
I
whereas like
as like playing the
yes,
dwarf, I wouldn't know. Like, oh, the GM told me, yeah, oh yeah, I've got hit 7 times. Like, okay, what does that mean? It's like
yeah. What does that
there
mean?
needs to be some connection from the real world to the fantasy
Right.
world for the player to know what to do or like to have the inputs needed to make interesting choices.
Right. The other thing is, remember, in real life, I think you're really underselling. I mean, I'm getting this is really deep here, but like, in real life, people are underselling just how much information is coming into you every millisecond, right?
Hmm.
From all your senses, from all of your knowledge. In a game, we have these incredible blinders on because we're working in such a limited space
Hmm.
that I think the GM providing these additional, it might feel like meta knowledge, but it's more like, hey, you're a seasoned, experienced adventurer. You have maybe you have a sixth sense for this, or you're just picking up context clues, or you understand that, hey, the longer I stay here, the more dangerous it gets. When
Hmm.
we watch a show and like the spies are sneaking in, and they're checking their watch and they're like, we gotta go. They understand they're in danger,
They're not gonna
and
long
we don't.
rest there.
Right. But as an audience, we don't go, "Oh, that's so meta.
Yeah.
That's just ruining the game. That's just ruining the movie. It's just so
Yeah.
obviously fake." No, you go, "Yeah, that's normal. That's
This
natural."
this
So,
tense music isn't really playing in the
correct.
CIA office building. Yeah. Uh
Absolutely.
yeah. So like the being able to see it
Yeah.
is a cool thing. Okay, so I want to share with you the mechanics. Sorry. So I'm gonna fiddle some buttons again. So let's see if we can still all right, we can still see you. Can't see me. Oh, there we go. I have no idea why, like every time I change something one place, like it changes in 5 other places. All right, so let's make sure that say something, Derek. Can
Hey, hey, hey.
All right, we can still hear you. All right,
This is why important. This is why important you have to have your meters up at all
yeah,
times. Your
I've
local.
got it up, but
Okay.
okay, all right. So I've got my dice simulator here. Um, okay, so traditionally, you roll a d6, and okay, so we didn't get an encounter, and then you take that same d6 and you just re-roll it, and like, okay, no encounter, no encounter, no encounter. Okay,
Yep.
but in order to make the fun curve of like, nothing happened this time, but the the time that we spent here like also impacts like the next unit of time. So instead of that, so each time you roll an encounter, or you roll for it. Okay, didn't get one now. We add this die is all like womply. I don't know if you can tell. So instead of just re-rolling that one, we will add one to it and we'll roll both. If either one of them rolls a one, well, then you get an encounter. Okay, so let's say that neither of those did. So next time we will add another die and we'll roll all three. If any of them rolls a one, we will get an encounter, and then we'll add another one. So the players can see that, and you just all you have to explain to the players is if any of these dice rolls a one, a monster finds you. Okay.
Yep.
Um, and the cool thing about this is that they can sort of calculate it in their own heads, like, okay, like we're only rolling one die, like it's. I don't know how to turn off the. I don't know
No.
how to. I don't know how to turn off the thing. It was yelling in my ear.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Jenderlin, thank you. Save your donations for Derek's streams. I appreciate. Yeah. So save them.
Oh
Save
no!
for them.
Don't go. No, no. Junderlin always tips on mine anyway, so
Okay. Okay.
He's just spreading the love. What's up,
Okay.
Junderlin?
So it was like $1. It's like really loud in my ear. Okay, so if you're only rolling one die, like the players will feel like, oh, we could take a little bit more time in this room, and then as you add things, or like maybe instead of like picking the lock, they kick down the door. Like instead of saying like, oh, the monster's here, you could just all right, you could do that, but I'm gonna add two dice, and they
Yep.
know roughly how loud that is. And the cool thing about this is, say you're rolling five dice and you get two ones. Well, all of a sudden, like that is going to be a harder encounter.
I see.
Right.
Okay.
So the number of dice controls how likely the encounter is, but also it controls how difficult that encounter is likely to be. So if you're rolling like a bunch of dice and you've not had any encounter yet, like the players, we're going to be on watch. Like we know something really bad has happened. Like we might roll like three ones. It's like, maybe one is like a normal sort of like, typical encounter. Two is like hard. And then like three is like, oh no. Right.
Right. The
So
boss shows up.
yeah. So the longer they go without a fight, they know that it is like exponentially more dangerous, right?
Yep.
I think that is really cool. And if they do something cool, then we can also like remove dice from the pool. So it's,
Yep.
it's not necessarily a one-way thing. Like, oh, we're covering our tracks, we're doing this, we're doing that. Okay, in this dungeon turn, instead of adding a die, I'm gonna actually remove a die.
Yep.
And you could do the same thing with like if you're in the depths of the fiery flames of whatever, like you can roll d4s, right? So you're more likely to get encounters, and you're more likely to get like really bad, like really hard encounters, or like d8s
Absolutely.
on the other hand. So there's like just enough knobs there
Yep.
to where I think there's interest, but like connecting the dice together gives it that curve that like, oh, we can all see it coming.
Yep.
And then when you get an encounter, you go back down to one die.
Yep.
It's like all
And
the
again,
noise from combat,
right.
like all the monsters, like have all the monsters who were within earshot heard you already, right? So
Right.
you
Exactly.
go back down to one. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So yeah, so this is basically, again. And by the way, I did discover that I actually thought I had put it away. So this game right here, this is Marvel Heroic Role Playing. It was based off of Cortex. This is the game that I know of that created the Doom pool, and I believe this is the inspiration that Angry DM used when he created his tension pool mechanic. This is like 15 years ago on his blog. But anyways, so this was sort of my core inspiration when I was running my dungeon-based game, and I kind of had a similar system. Now, in your case, this idea of multiple ones, because I was just using like a growing total,
Mhm.
which number one, isn't as elegant because you have to add it up every time and it's kind of
Yeah.
annoying. And number two, there's this extra little fun bit of, okay, not only is the frequency going up, right? We're having a greater chance of getting a random encounter, but also you can't get double ones
Right.
if you're only rolling one die.
Right.
We can't get triple ones unless we're rolling 3 dice. So you get this kind of interesting thing that you can sort of build it up. I think the
Mhm.
key thing, though, more than anything else, even outside of the tension, which is a thing, is this ability for it to serve as a knob or a dial for both GM and players.
Mhm.
For a player to take an action, and again, I don't want to sprinkle too much PBTA into your nimble game, but you could imagine a situation where the player makes a strength check to knock down a door. They fail.
Mhm.
And you say, in a sense, you could even rephrase it and you could say, this strength check isn't to see if you can break down the door.
Mhm.
Of course you can break down the door. You're a barbarian, or whatever the barbarian is called in Nimble. Um, it's the check is, can you do it swiftly and quickly and quietly?
Yeah.
And if you
How many
pass the
times you're gonna have
strength check,
to ram it with your shoulder before you can
right,
get through? Yeah.
if you pass the strength check, it was one big sudden crunch, right? And the door opens. If you
Mhm.
fail, the door will still get open, but I'm going to add these 2 dice
Mhm.
to the tension pool,
Yep.
right? And so it's a way that you can sort of contextualize this. You can also use it before the dice roll,
Yep.
and you could say, "Hey, I'll give you advantage on this roll. Just take your time, really, really explore the space,
Mhm.
but it's going to cost you. Pass
Yep.
or fail. I'm going to add an extra die to the tension pool. Do you
Yeah.
want to get advantage in exchange for more dice in the pool?"
Mhm.
Right? So it becomes this really cool way for you to interact and play with the mechanics.
Yeah.
But it's tied to the fiction. It's not just numbers in the air for sake of numbers in the air. No, we're tying it to, you're taking more time, you're making a
Yep.
loud noise, you're leaving evidence of your passing. A troll has caught your scent and it's starting
Yeah.
to stalk you through the dungeon, right? Like
Yeah.
we can express the growing tension as a fictional reality. Even sometimes, I mean, maybe taking it to the point where it's you know, like a little bit of a cutscene, right? Where like the player PCs themselves don't know, but you tell the players like something has caught your scent,
Mhm.
as the dice rules growing. And it's just a matter of time before they
Yeah.
catch you,
It
right?
works as like, foreshadowing, like, oh, like
Yes,
something like
yes,
you were being hunted.
yep,
Yeah.
exactly.
That feels cool. If you say like the barbarian says, "All right, I'm gonna bust down the door," like, great. If you get more than 10, like I'll add one die. If you get less than
Yep,
that, then you get two. If you get an
right.
extra 20, maybe like the door is rotten and you just like just right through.
Correct.
Um,
You just perfect splice. It doesn't even make a sound. It's like you had a silencer on your boot. You just
yeah,
pitch right
boot
through it.
silencer. Exactly. So
Uh,
I think that's pretty cool. And Emma's asking about like the probability of it. I did like just a bunch of like manual rolls to it, and like the numbers felt like exactly where I wanted it to be. Especially like for a safer dungeon with d8s, you're less likely to get an encounter. There's fewer average encounters, but the like rolling double ones with d8s is like way less common than like d6s or d4s. Um, and actually, would
Fact is,
would what's that?
it's half. It's less than half.
Yeah,
Because it's 1 in 64 instead of 1 in 36. But yeah.
yeah. So it all felt really cool. With the D4s, I think on average I was getting like two, like one bad, like one double one. So one double one, and then like one triple one encounter like per like 20 rolls. And then with the D8s, I don't think I got any triple ones. And like only an occasional like double one. And
So I'm
then
curious, and this is just a fun little aside. This is the difference between Evan and I. So when you
Mhm.
say that you did that, what does that mean? Does that mean that you sat there with a piece of paper and rolled those dice?
Yeah, I made tick marks, and I did it a bunch of times. 20-room dungeon. I did it just okay. This is how many times. This is how many times. And then down here, I said, well, it didn't feel good to like to roll a one. Or we rolled a one, and then like you roll again, you get another one. So like mathing that out, the number of encounters were like from 5 to 9 for like 20 rolls. And that felt a little bit too frequent. So once I change it to no back-to-back rolls, like after you roll a 1, like you get a free turn. So like the dungeon doesn't roll its die. So it went from like 4 to 6, which felt a little bit more appropriate for like 20 rolls.
So this
So
is a great example of the difference between me and you. Your background is in art and design, right?
yeah.
So if I do this, and I do this sort of stuff all the time, I write a program and it like simulates like a million dice rolls,
Oh
right?
yeah.
Like
Oh no.
it's
I've got a I will show you my spreadsheet here also. Yeah, I definitely have a spreadsheet, but like I couldn't get I couldn't get like the exact feel for it from the odds of the spreadsheet. Like
yeah,
the number of turns per encounter, and then I have like formulas for like all the different number of dice and how many ones we're rolling and all that sort of stuff. So like I mathed it out first. I was like, but how does it feel?
right, right.
It's got to feel good. So, uh,
Yeah, so um I mean all in all, I mean I think it sounds really great. Again, I've used these mechanics for the last 15 years in some form or shape or form to
mhm,
to very very good results. And my players have always enjoyed that ability to be engaging with the mechanics. Um, Random encounters can feel arbitrary and
mhm,
unfair because the players don't feel like they have any input into it.
yeah.
But when
If
the players not only can feel like I can affect these odds, but when they can see, oh, the choices that I made
Yep.
are what are leading to this, it the lack of better thing, it feels more like, yeah, this was my fault,
Yeah.
rather than this is
Yeah.
happening to me. It's something that I caused,
Yeah.
and that
It
sort of
feels fair.
psychological shift is really, really important.
Yeah.
I see, by the way, the mentioning of heat. Yeah, so heat from Blades in the Dark, or Scum and Villainy or whatever like that, is another
Mhm,
great example of this, where the players go on a heist, but they left a bunch of they left a trail of dead bodies and a bunch of government damage, of government facilities. They blew up a building. They left DNA evidence everywhere, and you could sort of you can sort of reflect that by saying that generated a lot of heat. Whereas if the players are slick and silent and get in and get out without anybody being the wiser,
mhm.
you can say no heat. And so being able to reflect that through that growth is something. Now, are the D6s, this is just me being, are the D6s like especially important to you?
You mean that it's a D6 rather than like
Yes.
another die?
Like as like a nimble is like is
No.
would you consider your game core? Because I was like, if you pick the D8, um, you may not you don't have to worry as much about the repeated encounter. So maybe you don't
Mhm,
need that rule where they literally feel like they're free, right?
mhm.
Because it's 1 and 8 instead of 1 and 6, which
Yeah.
is a difference.
Um,
But the other thing is it gives you 2 dice to go up and down.
yeah.
Right, you can go from a D8 to a D6 to a D4, and you can go from a D8 to a D10 to a D12, and each one is a change of average
Mhm,
value of 1. So like you have a way to sort of say the average is a D8,
mhm,
bad is D6, horrible is D4,
mhm.
good is D10, great is D12, right?
Yeah.
And so you kind of have a nice little
Yeah,
spread
I'm
there.
definitely not married to the D6, but like the odds that it provided felt about right.
Mm-hmm,
Like
mm-hmm.
D8 is gonna be in the same neighborhood, but I think like D10 and D12 are gonna be too sparse.
Got it.
Um,
Yeah, but you're thinking about it as well. I guess in my mind, it's don't underestimate the the psychological advantage, because you're going to be theoretically having a pool of dice,
mhm,
right?
yeah,
And in my mind, when I did this, the psychological advantage of being able to go like, guys, that was awesome, I'm only adding a d12,
yeah,
like it's not so much about the math at that point. I hate to
yeah,
say it, but it's kind of more about the vibes. It's more
yeah.
about the feel.
And it could be like it could be instead of adding like you can mix and match like yeah I'll add a D12 to the D6 pool, so like this one's probably never going to do anything, but like it is there, like their choices did do something, right?
Yeah, I mean,
um
it's not like it's not like it's. I mean, people roll nat ones all the time. I mean, that's on a d20.
yeah,
So
yeah.
you know,
Yeah, that might be the direction that it goes. I do feel, I do have to admit that I feel the pull toward like the tradition a little bit. Like you roll a
of rolling a
d6. Yeah,
handful of d6.
yeah,
Oh, I see. Of like, yeah, the classic things.
yeah. But all like mostly because like it did feel right. But like yeah, D68. I think having like a little bit of knob to turn like harder and easier, I think wouldn't be a bad thing.
Yeah,
But that's the general thing. Can I show you the negotiation things that I was
yeah.
working on? Okay. All right. So What I was thinking was,
This is a
um,
completely separate thing.
same kind of idea, but
Okay.
but like for negotiations. And
Got it.
also, actually, before we move on to that, what I was thinking is like, say you're rolling like this many d6s, and like you get like 3 1s, right? Um, I think what I'm gonna do to give the players just like a little bit more like choice or ability to affect it one way or the other. I think what I'm gonna do is like the luck mechanic that I had in the initial draft is they can use one of their luck points to like just remove one of the ones. So it goes from like an off like terrible like deadly encounter to like okay now it's just hard, or like if there was only one then like we can't afford like we're in a hurry we can't afford an encounter right now like all right you can use one of your luck to sort of like to mush the toothpaste a little bit to help their odds. So I was thinking about something like that. What do you think
Yeah,
about
I
giving
mean,
them a little bit more ability to manipulate the dice?
you mean like strictly through a game perspective? I guess it comes down to what is the expected length, time, and duration and resetting of this luck resource. You'd have to play test it, but like I could see a situation where players go, "This is probably one of the best uh, uses of a luck point because I'm literally getting rid of an entire encounter." And we might never have an encounter because everybody agrees that it's best to spend your luck points to reduce that.
Mhm.
And so, like, that
I,
would be my and if luck refreshes quickly enough and easily enough, that like you can spend it to essentially end up having no encounters, you might end up having a system that never actually does anything, even though it
yeah.
is doing something. But the thing that it's doing is draining everyone of their luck. So it's kind of like a
Mhm.
lose, lose, lose.
Yeah, I don't want something that like just slows things down. I want something to control for like the extremes just a little bit. Like
Yeah.
I want to put the extremes like within the player's control. Like you can save your luck and just have like this really hard encounter, or like you can spend it to have like just a challenging encounter instead. Something like that.
One
So it
option.
wouldn't be so much to where they can just say no encounters ever.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd have to think about that because like one
Yeah.
option could be you could spend a luck point to make the GM re-roll the pool,
Yeah.
but then it could end up being worse, and that might feel
It
really
could.
bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, okay, all right. So there's that. Okay, so for negotiations, so like say you're negotiating. All right, say there's a friendly NPC, Marla Homebrew. All right, she's one of the NPCs in one of the adventures, and like GM tells you like, hey Derek, she's got some information. Like she clearly she looks conflicted. She wants to say something, but maybe she's afraid, maybe she's embarrassed. Like like you can tell there's something there. Okay, so the framework that I have is that like NPCs have like stats for lack of a better term. They would have like a patience stat, like how many times basically how many times can you mess up before they say all right the conversation is over. And I don't know what I would call the other thing. I don't know.
What's the
There's
other thing?
the other thing is basically like what size die they roll. So
Mm,
for instance, okay,
okay.
so let's say all right, Marla Homebrew, she really wants to tell you something. But she's not sure. So Derek, you say, all right, hey, like tell us what's going on, and we'll roll a d8. And as long as it's not a one, then like you sort of tell she'll tell you okay hey she's the innkeeper so hey I let someone stay here against my better judgment this creepy looking dude um she's not telling you the whole story she's sort of hoping
Hmm.
okay all right come on Marla this you press her for more whatever it is that the players want to say all right so you'll roll 2d8 now so since she's friendly, it's d8s instead of d6s. Maybe if it was like a neutral person, you'd be
Mm,
rolling d6s, or if it's someone who's hostile, you could roll d4s instead.
okay. So I mean, so there's been social encounter systems that have used like a patience score. Like
Hmm.
Draw Steel does this. The One Ring kind of does this, right? Where it's like, hey, you're starting this council. Uh, how much patience do they have, or how much how many checks can you make before they basically say that's enough? I'm
Hmm.
good with you. What you're trying to do here is sort of be a little bit more I would say, descriptive than prescriptive, right? So prescriptive is sort of basically saying like this is a, you have this. It's like patience becomes like a hit point track. You're
Mhm.
basically trying to say like as the players continue their conversation with this person, it's sort of more of a tool for the GM to sort
Yes.
of guide.
So it's a tool for the GM, but also like it also makes like how this NPC is feeling. It surfaces that so that the players at a meta level can sort of tell what risk they have. Um, so they have an interesting choice, right? Just like with the dungeons. So
Hmm.
so like
Well,
my
so what I would say,
Mhm.
if I may,
Yeah, go ahead.
is I would. I mean, it's a little bit more complicated than you'd want it to be, but as a GM, what I would do is based on the initial context of your conversation. Okay, they're going to start with a die,
Mhm.
but beyond that, what I would do is you could either have a list. It could be very prescriptive and say like, these are the exact things that will cause this to happen, or it could be very descriptive and just be more suggestions. But depending on how the players react, what topics they bring up, that
Mhm.
influences the size of the die that the
Yes.
GM adds to the pool. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So, yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm thinking. So like say like all right, so you sort of you press her twice and you haven't rolled a one yet. And then someone like really makes like so like like someone says like, hey, this is for the safety of the town, for your kids, for this, for that. Okay, so we'll roll again, but this time, yeah, great argument, or you made a great skill check or whatever. I'm not going to add a die this time. We'll
mhm,
just re-roll the dice that we have. Or like if she has some like deal breaker, like she hates it when people threaten her or when people are rude to her. And you say like, come on out with it, you stupid lady. Yeah, all right, I'm gonna add two dice for that. Yeah, that was one of her
now
deal breakers.
in this right deal breakers, absolutely. So in this context, are the players just having the conversation with the GM, or are they making skill rolls?
They could. It could be either way. So let me
Okay.
let me.
Well, because and I don't want to be that guy, but I'm
Mhm.
just gonna like challenge Emma in chat. It says it would suck to have a really good argument but have the GM shut you down because you rolled a one. So what if I have a really good what if I have a really good argument or description of my attack roll and I roll in that one? Do you think it's lame to have the GM shut you down because I describe my attack really well, but because I rolled a one, they say I missed? The answer
Yeah,
typically is no, right? Like we accept that this is okay when we're swinging swords, but if you are going to gamify social mechanics, that is itself a big choice.
yeah,
A lot of people feel like we don't need to gamify social mechanics.
yeah,
But I'll be honest with you, I've met a lot of role players, and you know what? More often than not, we should be gamifying social
yeah.
mechanics because
You need some sort of structure. So Emma, like this is exactly what I'm trying to address. So like you shouldn't be able to. And I actually let me. I think I have. I think I've got a part of my thing. Let's see.
right.
Yeah. All right.
There's this
Yeah. So like you shouldn't. You can only move people so far with one roll, basically.
mhm,
So, like, "Hey, make me king." Alright, like, you rolled a nat 20, sure. And then, like, that shouldn't happen. But also, like, you
right.
shouldn't, like, ask, "Hey, can I get 1 gold off of this thing? I only have 39 gold, this costs 40." He's like, "No, you're dead to me." Like, alright, like, both of those are, like, unfun and not good. So you shouldn't make a merchant, like, hate you by asking for, like, some meager thing, and you shouldn't get a king to say yes by asking for the world, right? So you should only be able to move people so far. So with
Mhm,
this, if you make a really good argument, so we'll go back here. If you make a really good argument and say one of these does roll a one, you still get the next bit of information, but her patience goes down from 3 to 2,
mhm,
right? So you're still able to progress. And if you push her, like if her patience gets to 0, she ends the conversation. And then maybe she goes from like an ally to friendly. Or maybe if she was
mhm.
friendly, she ends the conversation on her own terms and she goes from friendly to neutral, right? So, like, there
Correct.
is this consequence of like, we're going to keep pushing for this information, even though she doesn't want to. So, here's this consequence. So, it's not that one role is going to ruin it, it's that
Mhm,
the people know, like, all right, you've pushed, so you've got, and I have it here, I'll just go and show you. So like for instance, like in the adventure, like this would be all of the stuff that all of the information that she might reveal to you. Okay, so she lets someone stay here that she
Spoiler
I guess
alert.
better
No, I'm just
job.
kidding.
Yeah. She heard suspicious noises coming from his room, and she didn't tell anybody. Well, what kind of noises, Marla? So like you're sort of pressing her for more and more information.
Hmm.
She heard people arguing in Goblin, and then there's this one word, okay, and then the players can like sort of research that. So each time you press for more information, she'll reveal like one more bit of information. If you ever roll 3 1s, then like conversation's over.
Hmm.
Maybe not permanently, but like until the context of the situation sort of changes. Like maybe your kids get kidnapped and she's willing to,
Yep.
be,
Yeah.
be
Yeah.
be more open with it. So that's the idea, to give people a way to sort of see like, what are the odds that we're going to roll a 1, like if we're rolling like 6 d8s. Like I might not know like the exact number, but like, do I
Yeah.
want to like push her away as an ally just for this
Yeah.
like last piece of information? Does that make sense?
I mean, I think it's great, but again, you're kind of preaching to the choir here. I mean, again, I know you're new to all this, even though you're not. But like there is a very strong knee-jerk reaction from many people in the community whenever you gamify any element of social mechanics. And they say it's a board game, it's not a role-playing game. And the answer is, I believe it's DM Rollins from Night's Last Call Patreon calls it the tyranny of the elegant.
Mhm,
And it's basically this idea that if you don't have game mechanics to handle this type of thing, what you still are playing a game. The game is who, as a person, as a human being, is the best at expressing their point of view and convincing other people in real life. So
mhm,
this is the classic example of I'm really good at convincing this GM. I've known them for a long time.
mhm,
We go way back, and I know what to say. Or I'm a very elegant person, or I'm a very pushy person, and I'm good at sort of finding the right thing. Now, if that's a test of skill that you want to test in your game, that's fine, right? Like for example, Werewolf. If you ever played Werewolf, the social deduction game where people sit in a circle, right?
mhm,
That is a game where people are literally using your ability to lie, to convince other people, to manipulate other people, or whatever, to suss out other people. If you want that in your role playing game where we have a PC with different stats and skills, um, then that's fine. But just realize and understand that not everybody is gonna be good at that. We
Yeah.
don't test how good you can swing a sword. We just roll a dice roll and we see how good your character is at
Yeah,
swinging a sword.
it's definitely it's definitely something that's optional, but like whenever I'm playing, like they make a good argument, they roll a 12 on their check, and like I don't know, she just like, is this NPC just gonna tell them everything?
Right.
So it's an interesting way for me to say, well, let's see how she takes it, you know. And then like, oh, you dig it, oh, she tells you the next thing, and then everybody can see that, like, yeah, she does this. Um, so okay, so you could do that. So you could do this with like friendly NPCs, but you could also do this with like with enemies. So like later in the adventure, in the GM guide, like you fight with this bugbear. Um, you fight with this bugbear. So like for him, his dice would probably be like D4s, and his
Mhm.
patience is going to be 1, right? Um, so if instead of like just going right to blows, if there was some incentive to like talk to him first, to like engage in the
Mhm.
role playing of the role playing game, um, now I think that's interesting. So like, that maybe the first time you say something like, he will reveal some information, and then he'll reveal more information, and then I'll go ahead and share here. So if you can get him to not roll a 1 3 times in a row, like you caught him monologuing, and maybe you get advantage on initiative, right?
Yeah.
So like that kind of thing, I think is really interesting. So rather than like, he's here, I punch him in the face. Like maybe the play, like you could do that, but if you just put a little bit of thought, or if you take the world a little bit seriously, and talk with them, try to uncover some information, you'll one know what's going on better, and there could be this cool thing that you get out of it. Um, so like this sort of system, like you're just rolling a few dice, uh, and the players have insight into what's happening and some control over what is happening. It allows the choices to be to have more weight and to be more interesting, I think.
So there's a sort of an interesting philosophical question here, which is, and I understand now, by the way, we'll cover this on one of my streams, but I understand now, by the way, why Evan is so much better at getting games done than me. Because it's live stream. But would this pool of information be known by the players?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm
Okay.
rolling. I'm rolling in
Yeah.
front of them. And so
How?
if we're negotiating with Krog, that is this goblin
Yeah,
guy,
yeah,
and say,
yeah,
I'm gonna roll this as long as it's not a one. He's gonna keep talking to you. And the
yeah.
next time they ask him for something, here's two.
Now
No.
that's totally fine. In your game / your personal philosophy, where do you stand on the secrecy or non-secrecy of, say, monsters' hit points?
Um, I generally won't. I generally don't tell people just because, like, just bookkeeping knowledge isn't interesting. But
Yeah.
if
Well, that's why you make the players do it. But
yeah, if they deal like 27 damage and this guy had 28 hit points, I'll say, like, I might even show them the stat, but like, look, he
yeah,
has 1 hit point left, and they're like, because like they can feel that, so it's not like a sacred secret thing, but reveal it if it's interesting or makes the game more fun, I
got it.
think.
Yeah, and I only bring it up because there's this. I think it's natural to sort of analog this to sort of combat mechanics.
Hmm.
And it's interesting because of again how people you're trying to sort of make these things more similar than they are different, but people again think that that they have this mentality of that they are very different. I see in chat, Mao is saying like, what if you have an amazing description and then you roll low and you fail? And people fundamentally have an opposition to that. But if I make an amazing attack description and I roll low and I fail,
Yeah.
people go, shit, that's just how things go.
Yeah.
And then
But
people say, well, that's why you should make your attack roll first and then describe later. And I say, well, why don't you do that in reverse when you're rolling your diplomacy check or your skill
so
check?
the thing with this is, like, if you miss one attack, like, combat isn't over, right?
Correct.
So if you're talking with an NPC has like 2 or 3 patients, like, one bad roll, it's not over, right?
Correct.
So
Right.
I think that's why it shouldn't just be like, all right, give me one persuasion roll, and if it's high, you succeed. If it's low, you fail. We'll just move on.
Oh,
There should be
absolutely, man.
some gradient here.
The reason combat is fun and skill checks suck is because most of the time skill checks are just like, well, you roll once and
It's
then
pass
you
fail,
move
yeah.
on. Yeah, it's pass fail and that's
Or
it.
even worse, like, they roll an 11, and like, now as a GM, like, you have to be a jerk, like, this DC was
Yep.
12, or like some middling thing, and like, either they know you're just having pity on them, or like they failed
Sure.
by 1, like. So like, some system, some framework where the GM can say like,
Yeah.
let's all
Yeah.
just see what happens.
Yeah. So I mean, my take on it is so one of my main rules that I live by. In the 90s, there was a series of articles written by Ray Winninger in Dragon magazine. Now, Ray Winninger eventually would go on. I mean, he was a noted RPG person, but eventually he went on. He was actually the head of D&D for a while, before 2024, I think, but during like the late 2014 D&D era. 5.0, I guess, is what they're calling it now. Anyways, Ray Winninger wrote a series of articles for Dragon magazine, and he wrote what he called the rules of dungeon craft. And one of his rules, which I have sort of, one which is literally written on the inside of my, I think it's written on the inside of my 3rd edition DMG, which is, yeah, there it is. Never force yourself to create more than you must. That is like the that is
Is
like
that like,
the
don't over prep?
yeah, that is like don't over prep. Never force yourself to create more than you must. That is the number one rule of dungeon craft. But it's written inside of my DMG. But one of them was a good adventure, which I sort of expand to sort of say a good system, a good adventure, challenges both the player and the PC.
Yes.
And so for me, what I love is when a game can has a mechanical system and framework to sort of say, hey, I want to your character is important. The skills in your character, especially with a game like Nimble or any sort of more modern game that isn't like OSRE, where you have knobs and dials and levers, and you pick different things on your character for a reason. We want you to be good at things. But I will fully agree. I don't think that the game should just be push button. You shouldn't be able to go diplomacy. Like that shouldn't be like the
I'm making
way
an
that
insight
you
check.
diplomacy. I'm making an insight check. But I also don't think But we also it's sort of unfair because we would allow that in combat a lot of times. No one's going to say, well, you can't make an attack roll. Why? Because you just said I attack. Like no. I need to hear about the steel and the poise and the movement.
Are you holding it in your left hand or your right hand?
Yeah, right. So, anyways, long story short, what I like in games is when not the players, what people will call. I don't use the term role play the way that 99.9% of the role playing game audience uses. Role playing for most people means like I'm talking in character, and I don't think that's what role playing means. But
it's just for me, it's like taking the world seriously.
For me, it means yes. It means I'm playing my character.
Yeah.
At the end of the story. That's just it. Like so when I'm not fighting a goblin in the depths of a dungeon. So when I'm in a combat and I'm fighting a goblin, that's role playing because I'm playing the role of a badass dwarf fighter who's fighting a trio of goblins and holding the line to keep my wizard ally safe. That's role playing, right? That is me making a decision as if I was there. So it has nothing to do for me with immersion or talking in character voices or anything like that. Anyways, but that's not the point. The point is that I like for what the players to make decisions that reflect their level of engagement. And that gets back to what you were talking about before, which is to say, I don't care if you role play. I don't even care if you speak in character. What I care about is you go, hey, I know that this NPC hates goblins because I paid attention and because I listened. And so and this is literally how I might even say this at the table. Well, hey, you know what? I'll bring up that if we do this, we're probably going to kill a bunch of goblins. And I'll bring that up to her.
Yeah.
And I'm like, great, awesome. You're engaging with the fiction, and I'm going to reward you mechanically.
Exactly.
That's all I'm asking for. It's equivalent to somebody looking at a battlefield and then going, oh, if I move here, I'm flanking them.
Yep.
And that gives me a bonus to attack. It's the fictional equivalent of flanking, right? That's all I'm caring about.
Fictional flanking, yes. That's what
fictional flanking.
That's exactly right. It's like we probably should threaten her. Like she's already almost crying, like that kind of thing. And just like London is saying, all right. So if I go back to not that, if I go back to this, so like we're talking with her, like you roll a 22 on your persuasion. Okay, did she just give you all the information? So like what happens? So like it shouldn't just be. I know London's not saying this, but like there should be some like fun zone in here to where you get some of the information, not all of it. And it should be like a conversation of back and forth rather than like I persuade her, I roll. So this is like if you roll a 22 on a persuasion check, like maybe like you get the next bit of information revealed without having to roll the social dice or whatever they end up being called, right? But the next time, but she's still conflicted. Like she still wants to say something, but she's afraid, right? She doesn't want to get in trouble for like not revealing. So like there is this like increasing difficulty of doing the thing. And it's more than just like a single skill check. Like you can make skill checks in here, but you could also just say like, I remind her of her kids, and let's your kids were kidnapped. Like we should do something about this. And then like, all right, we don't have to roll for that. Like you go to the next thing, and then see if she'll go further. So someone else was asking about the draw steel. I have, and I did look. So I have the draw steel books. So it's like maybe like 7,000 words of text for the negotiation, which is like
it's quite extensive.
Yeah, there's a lot there. So I would like something like a simple framework that would be like a paragraph, maybe 2 paragraphs if you include or 3 paragraphs if you include like an example of like how it works. Like here's an example of play. So I don't want something that is like a whole new system that I as a GM have to learn, or the players, I have to explain to the players, okay, now we're in negotiation mode. All right, everybody get out your negotiation character sheets, and then we'll do this. And then like, wait, how does it work if I do, like, I don't want any of that sort of stuff. I just want like, okay, yeah, you said something that like touches on one of her touchstones of safety. So like instead of adding a die,
Well,
I'm gonna remove one. You know?
yeah. So also, let me take a step back and maybe try to sell people. I
Yeah.
mean, you guys haha, suckers. You guys already bought the game. No, but let me try to like highlight something to you, whether you know it or not. Right now, if you're playing your game, and like a lot of people, you're talking to Marla, home housekeeper or whatever she's called,
Marla Homebrew, yeah.
Marla Homebrew. You are playing a game. Now you might go, my GM didn't use any dice. You're still playing a game. The game that you're playing is say the right thing to the GM. Not Marla. Marla doesn't exist. I don't know how to tell you this, but she doesn't. She's not real.
No.
No. My immersion. No. If you played Marla with a different GM, okay, that GM might go. You might go. Oh, but I used that line of logic with Evan, and he immediately awarded me with success. And you're like,
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, well, I'm not Evan. I'm doing something very different. You need to say something different.
Yeah. If you can make me laugh, like, you get it. But Marla,
Right,
she's
exactly.
different.
Right. If I laugh, something, whatever. So you're playing a game, and that game is, did you say the right thing to me? The problem is, as a player, you have no way. The reason why we use hit points, the reason why we use these things in game is because it's a way for me to reflect to you as a player the knowledge of how close is this thing to being defeated, how much life does it have left to me. The reason why you have your hit points, this might really surprise people, but in a lot of early D&D games, like when the RPG hobby was first starting, players, it was like considered pretty new, like, and risque for the players to have their hit points, track their hit points.
Back in
Right?
my day, we did have hit points.
Back in my day, the GM tracked your hit points
Yeah.
themselves. You didn't know how many hit points you had left, right? Because that would dispel the illusion.
Mhm.
But we give players the ability, the tool to have their hit points, because you can look at your hit points and you can make decisions about the state of the things. In other words, it gives you the ability to not only play the game, but also to interact with it in a meaningful way. So the problem is that when you have a system and it's just totally reliant upon the GM's, what we call fiat, right? They're just
Yeah.
whatever they're
Whim.
feeling at the moment, their whim. You're talking to Marla and you say something and then the GM just goes, she throws up her hands in disgust. Be gone from me. I do not want to speak to you anymore. And you're like, what did we say? And I'm like, I'm just not happy with what you said. And that might feel completely arbitrary and
Mhm.
completely unfair, and maybe it is. But you didn't know what I was trying to communicate, and you didn't. Maybe I, as a GM, didn't do a good job of emoting to you that she was getting irritated. In my mind, I was like, "Oh, she's getting so pissed off," and she's getting pissed off just the way that my wife gets pissed off. She looks totally fine and doesn't say anything, right? And you're like, damn you for not picking up on those subtle signs. At the same time, as a player, I might be like thinking, "Man, we are killing this. We are doing such a good job. She is
She's
eating
giving us
out of our
everything we
hands.
want.
She's getting everything we want." And meanwhile, the GM is thinking something completely different.
Yeah.
So it can lead to this mismatch of expectations. Something like a pool of dice or some sort of mechanic, whether it's negotiation from draw steel or if it's some sort of interaction tension pool, it's a way for us all to get on the same page.
Yeah.
And for us all to sort of understand. Like, I might say something and the GM goes, she thinks, pause, she thinks for a few moments about it, sighs wistfully, and then I'm like, D4, and you're like, wait, wait, why was that pissing? Why you said she sighed wistfully and put her hand on her head? Why'd you add a D4? And I'm like, oh, because she's thinking about betraying you. Like, there's this mismatch
Yeah.
between what the players are seeing and what the players are actually experiencing. So that's the only reason. Now, you might say, I don't need that. I'm the best GM in the world, and I know my players, and my players know me. You know what? Respect. But a lot of people don't have that. I mean, think of it another way. Could you run combat without hit points, attack rolls,
or abilities, or spells,
Yeah.
or like, I do a cool magic.
I do a cool magic, and the monster burns as the fire ripples across his skin. All right, I'm gonna sweep in low. I'm gonna duck, do a roll, come up and stab my sword into his gut. The creature brings his axe down in a low parry, deflecting your sword. Oh, I flip back around, reach behind me, grab my dagger, and throw 3 of them into his face. He's hitting the neck, and you could do that. And then at some point, the GM goes, "Okay, this was cool enough. You guys described enough cool shit. The monster dies." You could do that.
Like my
There's
kids
no
playing
reason you
pretend.
couldn't do that. Yeah,
I
you
shoot
could
you,
do.
shoot, 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 shoot. No, I blocked it. I blocked it.
I totally blocked it.
So yes, the best gyms in the world, do they need these things? Like, no. But
Yeah,
like
correct.
for the mere mortals, like some sort of simple framework, I think is helpful to facilitate play. So, tabletop scholar, there's such a thing. So there is such a thing as too simple. I think rolling 1d20 for a complex thing like this is too simple. And there is definitely a place for like things like MCDM stuff, like which I really like the stuff that they make. But for me, for me, I'd like something sort of in between there, where it's more than just one role, and it's not like a 6,000 words that I have to read and teach to my players. So is there fun to be found somewhere in there? I think so. I think so.
Mhm.
Um,
Um, but yeah, so the long and the short of it is, I know that that's the way that a lot of people play, but I question how good it actually is.
yeah. So yeah, Iron Crown. Like this is like for some things, I think that is perfectly fine. Um, so like if you're asking like if you're doing something simple, hey, can I get can I get a discount on this shield? And you roll a 20, sure. You were hoping for 5, you get 10 gold up. So like, are there some roles where it could, or some discussions or negotiations where it's like one simple role? Yes. But if you're asking like, hey, can this thing be free? Like I think that might be like a little bit more like, well, instead of free, I'll give you this, and then you keep pushing. Well, instead of that, I'll give you this, and then like eventually like he either says yes or he kicks you out of his shop. But that shouldn't be one
Right.
role, I think.
Well, also, again, I always kind of go back to combat. Like, do you as a player think it's reasonable for you to say, "Hey, GM, can I make an attack roll and do a called shot and stab them in the neck or cut their head off? And if I make
Mhm.
one successful attack roll, this 75 hit point monster is dead immediately." And you, as a player, I think you understand fundamentally that that is
Yeah,
silly,
yeah.
right?
That's too much
Like
to
you're like,
move.
but no, but GM, I rolled really high though. GM, I rolled really
Yeah.
high. Now on the other hand, by the way, don't confuse constructs with things. Like for example, regarding combat situations and hit points, I view hit points just as a sort of gamist construct.
Mhm.
There have been times where I've played games, fourth edition, whatever, D&D, fifth edition D&D, and I'm like, okay, the players are sneaking into the goblin caves, and there's 2 goblin guards, and I don't resolve that as a combat. I say, rogue, make a stealth check. The rogue makes a stealth check, and I go, cool, rogue, you go up and dispatch both of them before they
Mhm.
even know what's happening.
Yep.
I didn't resolve that as a combat because that wasn't. Those looked like human beings. They looked like goblins, but they weren't. It was actually a skill check. It was no different
Yeah.
than like a
Disguise skill
lock
check.
on the door. Yeah, it was a disguise skill check.
Exactly.
So not everything has to be a negotiation. Not
Yes.
everything has to be this thing. The same way that technically, just because a creature is alive and theoretically has hit points, doesn't mean you have to resolve it as a combat.
Yes. Yeah. Just like I really like what you said there, Derek. Like you shouldn't be able to move like a dragon's hit point bar all the way with one thing. Some games do that. Like Flail. Have you seen Flail? The
I have seen it. I'm actually thinking about picking it up. It seems like
You
it's
probably should.
DCC plus Mouse Ritter is what
Yeah.
it says, and I'm like, that's kind of cool.
You probably should. So like if you roll 3 ones in that game, like it's a roll low game, like you kill
Yeah, yeah,
anything,
yeah.
like whatever it
Yeah,
is, you
kill
kill it.
anything,
So like
anything. Yeah, I saw
that's
that.
that's what kind of game it is, and like cool. But like for this like a more like reality based fantasy thing, I don't know. Like the dragon has a bunch of hit points. Like it doesn't matter how hard you hit it with one hit. Like you can only move it so far. And like if you have an ally, like you're not
Right.
gonna say one. You're not gonna make one bad roll and they're gonna be an enemy now. or an enemy, you're not gonna like with one good roll, like the dragon, like the joke with the bard, seducing the dragon, or like you can't move someone that far, or a hit point bar that far for it. So like as a mirror, so this is exactly what I'm saying. So like an ally might start with like 3 patients or 4 patients. So like you could sort of like blunder like a few times, but like the conversation sort of still keeps going. And if you blunder more than that, then like maybe you sort of like, we're not allies anymore, but like we're still friendly, right? So
Right.
it is a way to add a little bit more sort of stops to that thing, without it being like, if you roll high you win, if you roll low you lose. So
Right.
that's what it
And
is.
and I think that is absolutely the way to approach it. And I think part of the problem with this is because of the very narrow definition that people have come to experience through, a lot of people got into the hobby with D&D in the last, say, 10 plus years, and D&D has a very, very simplistic skill system,
Mhm.
right? You either succeed and get everything that you want and it costs you nothing, or you fail, you get nothing, good day, sir. And we're used to sort of dealing with that in like open lock, or jump the pit, or climb the wall. It's very binary. You either succeed or you don't. What does failure look like? It means you accomplished nothing. What does success means? It means you got to the top. It means you picked the lock. It means you got through. There's never any sort of shades of gray. It's very black and white. And so naturally, I think people have sort of been trained or conditioned to sort of take that idea and you know uh, apply it to things like intuition, sense motive, perception, diplomacy, whatever, and sort of apply that same sort of black and white reasoning. So if I pass the diplomacy check, they will sign their life savings over to me. If I fail the diplomacy check, they hate me for all time and now they're a mortal enemy. It's like, no, right? Like, we have to understand that there are these gradients and that there are shades of gray, and that success with an enemy could be barely success, right?
I'll
And
kill you
failure,
last.
I'll kill you last, right? And failure with a friend could be success. No, I won't give you my car, but I'll drive you to the airport. That's what failure, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Evan, will you drive me to? Can I borrow your car and drive it to the airport? And Evan goes, and I fail, and Evan goes, no, but I'll drive you to the airport. That's what failure could look like
Yeah.
in that situation. I mean, you live in Florida, but that might be a little bit difficult. But let's say I was
If you ever
down in
come to
Florida.
Florida,
Yeah,
yeah, Paul, yeah, Matt Perkins,
I've never been to
YouTube
Disney.
channel. Yeah, come visit. I mean, I'd go to Universal first, but yeah, Matt Perkins,
Okay.
YouTube channel. It's fantastic. I really like his channel.
I do not
So
know Matt Perkins. Is that a 5e guy?
yeah, he mostly does 5e stuff, but he is
Okay.
he's a fantastic thinker,
I,
and like
I don't know 5e.
he took like a lot of the like 5e adventures and like made them like good. Like, here's how you're gonna run it if you want to have a good time. But like at the same time, like seeing, so yes, that I believe you, and whatever you're saying is true. Where even is it? So like wherever it is. So like there were so many words that like, I'm just not gonna bother reading it. So like maybe it is like super svelte and streamlined and really easy to do, but like if I have to spend
Yeah.
30 minutes or 45 minutes reading it, like I'm just not gonna do it.
Yeah. So could I pitch you maybe
Please.
this is an idea. So this is how. Have you watched all 455 hours on my channel of me talking about the One Ring?
Oh yeah,
Um,
definitely.
okay, great. So the way that the One Ring, which is the game about Lord of the Rings, but it's not 5e, is the way it handles councils, is what it calls them, councils, is there's an initial check that represents sort of like you introducing yourself slash your need to the powers that be. It's also obviously influenced and modified by what do they think of you. What's your reputation? How much do they know you, or do they not know you, or what's your reputation even if they don't know you? That initial check, and I'm using your terms here, not the One Ring's terms, determines the initial patience.
Okay.
So but even if you fail that initial check, it's not like the patience is zero, right?
Mhm.
It's like, in that game you can get, you roll a dice pool and you can get numbers of successes, right? You can get multiple successes. But like the idea in that game is that initial sort of, you're sort of setting the stage, right? Like, how advantageous is this negotiation from you based off of pre-existing conditions, but also a dice roll. And then it basically sets up, okay, you have this many attempts to convince them,
Hmm.
right? And then the game goes so far as to say, if the players get the number of successes, the people will agree to that. But if they don't and they come up short, um, they might give the players an alternative, right? No, I won't loan you this thing. I'll sell it to you,
Yeah.
right? Or whatever that case. So basically, it creates a gradient of conditions rather than just being like, locking you in. And what it does is it sort of asks you to make some game mechanics in the form of this initial check. But then it says, okay, but once we've done that, then we can kind of get into the back and forth and the going in the trading and the back and forth, rather
Hmm.
than it just sort of being like purely role play or purely just spamming diplomacy until you're, blue in the face.
Yeah,
Um,
I like a system where like it's not just the bard who's talking. All right, who's got
correct.
the highest persuasion? All right, he's just gonna. So it shouldn't just be skill checks. I think skill checks should be involved. It could be like you could use your spells, your abilities, or flex your muscles. It could be like anything, and maybe there's a skill check. But I think there should be some system where like you can roll dice, and the GM can find out whether or not the NPC like reveals an next bit of information or gives you a little bit more of a discount or like continues on.
Hmm.
And it
Hmm.
should be something that changes as the discussion goes. So like the discussion should be pointed toward a conclusion, right? And not
Hmm.
just like not a flat curve of like anything can happen along any point of the conversation. The beginning of the conversation should be safest, and like as you go, like you should be wearing out their patience. Like the more you press against an unwilling, conversant, like the more risky it should be.
Yep.
Like you asked me to take you to the airport, you asked me for lunch, and you asked me for this, and then
Right.
like
Well, yeah. I mean, you hit upon something actually. I think that a lot of people are missing here, which is if the person isn't reluctant or hesitant or whatever, then we shouldn't be doing this anyways. You
yeah,
know, this is only an issue. By the way, if the answer is no, okay, so there's this idea: say yes or roll the dice. I think that's bullshit. I think you should say yes, say no, or roll the dice, which is to say that if we're in a situation that rolling the dice is only when something is unknown,
yeah,
right? If we know that your character can't jump to the moon, we don't need to make an athletics check. If we know that your character can easily step over the crack in the ground, we don't need to make an athletics check. We only roll the athletics check when there's some ambiguity,
yep,
right? As a GM, I'm still in the driver's seat. You approach this NPC and you're asking them for X, Y, Z, and if the answer is absolutely not, they're not going to give you your kingdom. The answer is no. I don't. I make a diplomacy check. I don't give a shit. Like, okay, you make a very great argument and they laugh at you. I don't know. They don't execute you immediately for treason.
yeah.
Um,
So
it's only when there's ambiguity and I, as the GM, go, you know what? I don't know the answer to that. If I don't know the answer to that, then let's go to the dice.
yep.
That's generally my philosophy. It's kind of a Powered by the Apocalypse inspired philosophy, but it's very much driven from that sort of, ballpark.
This is sort of like to sort of restate it. Asking to sell something to a merchant like doesn't require a check. Asking about publicly available information, no roll needed. Okay, haggling on the price of an item, maybe that's just a single skill check with a relatively easy DC, 8. Roll higher than 5 and you got it. Asking for it for free, that shouldn't be possible with a single. Like now you're negotiating. Like why? Like why would I give this away to you for free?
So one of the this is why I can never get anything done. So this is Dungeon World.
Uh huh.
Um, and Dungeon World solved all of this beautifully. Now, of course, in PBTA games, it's a little important to remember that moves trigger. You don't actually take moves; they trigger. So, like the rules only occur when you do something in the game that would then cause them to trigger. So they always are written as something like for example, when you take aim and shoot at an enemy, that will trigger the volley move, right? Like you can't just go volley. You're not allowed to say that, right? You have to do something. Well, anyways, there's a move in here called parlay, which is basically diplomacy check. And it has this really important and clear thing. It says, when you have leverage on a GM's character and want to manipulate them, roll with your charisma.
Hmm.
Leverage is something that they want or something that they need. And basically, the core of the equation is basically, no, you can't just make diplomacy checks. You need to have something that you have over them.
Yeah.
What do you need? It could be something metaphysical. I need your approval, right? Or I want your approval, right? You can't, yeah, Lance. You can't just go, I declare bankruptcy, right? Like you you need to have something in the fiction that allows you to do this. Merchant, give this to me for free. Why? Well, because I rolled high on a diplomacy check. It doesn't matter. Powered by the Apocalypse teaches us you can't just make a diplomacy check. You're not allowed to. You can only do that when the fictional situation reaches a point where a check would be allowed.
So I think for the different kinds of encounters, there's sort of like there's a different there's a different like optimal curve of fun. So like if you think of a movie, you have the beginning and it gets like super interesting, and then like there's different curves, right?
Yep.
So for negotiation or for dungeons, it's like it starts out relatively safe, it gets more dangerous, and you have some combat thing, and then like it's a little bit it's relatively safe, and then like it sort of builds up, and so that is sort of like the curve there. If we're talking about like a negotiation, that curve is going to look a little bit different. It's going to be sort of like building up to this peak, where like you're not sure where the NPC is going to say like no more, right? So like maybe like the free item is like up here, like, and if you push too far, like maybe, all right, I'll give you up to 50% off, but I as a GM, I don't know if that's as far as he's going to go, because like it doesn't cost me anything as Evan. So like if you're asking for like the free item, but the dice say he's going to cut off the conversation here, like we're pushing our luck. Like do I push for more information and risk something bad or not? So like is 50% off good enough, or do I keep pushing here and then like I fail and I lose everything, right? So that I think that is the fun curve of a negotiation, right?
So I think, yeah. So I think I mean, I guess when I think about a negotiation in like the proper sense, I guess the question is, do you risk, like, what's the risk of ruin, right? Like, because if we're talking about like the information from like Marla, right, and we're getting that information piecemeal as the equation, as the conversation with her continues, we reach a point where she says, I won't tell you anything else. Get out of my house.
Yeah.
The players have already got that information. Whereas they may go into the merchant and start haggling with them. And normally they could have bought it for 100% off. Or sorry, for free. Not for free. Jesus. They could have bought it
at full
retail,
price.
At full price. Now they're haggling with him. Now they've failed. And is the risk, because if the risk is, okay, I'll sell to you for half, then you would haggle every time.
No, the risk is
that they say,
get out, I won't sell you anything.
I'm not going to sell you anything. Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So the risk
we're
is
just
that.
rolling dice.
Right.
Yeah.
So no.
That's the problem. Yeah.
So like
there has to be some sort of bet.
If there's a neutral merchant, so like you start haggling with them, and if you push him too far, if you push that neutral guy too far, he's going to kick you out. Next time you see him, he's going to be unfriendly. Maybe instead of 100 gold, it's going to be 150 gold, because y'all were jerks.
Right.
So like those are the consequences. Maybe it won't stay like that forever, but the risk
Rivals
of like
and enemies discount.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly right. So if you push an ally too far, like maybe next time, like she's not going to let you stay there for free any longer, or like whatever. Like the next time you ask for information, like she's not going to give you anything, because like she knows like. So I think each of these different kinds of events or encounters or whatever, they have a different curve that's fun, right? And I think chases are similar. Chases
now, I will admit, I'm gonna sit back and watch, because I don't ever run chases, and I've maybe never run them in my entire game ever, because I don't find them particularly interesting.
Yeah, because
so I'm curious.
Because mechanically, I've never seen like a good way to resolve them mechanically. So like, it's weird. So I started thinking of them as like one of these, but as I was rolling the dice, I sort of discovered that it can't work like either one of these, because the like if I don't roll a 1 here, then like nothing happens. But with the chase, they're either getting further away or you're getting closer, right?
Right.
You're not just running forever like at the same speed. Like that's not really how a chase works. You're either getting closer or you're not. And with negotiation, it's different. So chases should either be getting you closer to catching them or they're getting further away.
Yep.
So let's go to the desk. Okay, so with dungeons, like if I roll a d6 and I don't get a 1, well, nothing happens, right? But if we try to use like the dungeon mechanic for chases, like I roll a 6 and nothing happens, that doesn't feel quite right. So instead of that, let me pull up my thing. So I was initially thinking of like, okay, just like with NPCs, like let's say like Marla has like a patience of 3, and maybe this chase has like a distance of 3. You have to like catch up 3. So like
Yep.
if you roll a 1, they get further away. If you roll a 6, you get closer. But like most of the numbers are like nothing happens. So you're just going to be like rolling a bunch and like nothing happening.
Yep.
So instead of that, so let's say their speed is 4 or whatever, like the distance away is 4. So you need to roll that or higher in order to get closer. Okay.
Mm.
And if you roll less than that, then they'll pull further ahead. Okay. So and if this ever reaches 0, then you catch them. And if it ever reaches the maximum, if it reaches 8, then they get away.
So does that mean that the further they are ahead of you, the less likely you are to catch up to them?
No. Initially, yeah. So like you don't want like if there's like 5 players and like the first
Yeah.
2 guys sort of like bungle it so much like nothing the last 3 do can save it. Like that doesn't
Right.
feel good because you want to know you want to like have that like will we catch them or not like all the way up until the very
Right.
end. Right. And the things that
Yeah.
happen in the beginning should impact that, but it shouldn't be determinative, if that makes sense.
Mm.
Is it
All right. I need to pay attention more. No. Well.
all right? So I'll give
I,
an example. I'll give an example.
fundamentally, I have a lot of problem with because I'm like, what does it mean for an individual player to make a check in a chase?
All right.
Like, how are we getting closer because you passed your check versus I
There's a
failed
little
my
bit
check?
of hand waviness. So chases
Okay.
can be like we are chasing them, or it's like they are chasing us. Like the palace guards are
Sure.
chasing us. So this one is the most the least fleshed out, but I think there might be a kernel of something interesting. We're using this similar mechanics,
Yeah.
and it's simple enough to understand that you could just like tell someone how to do the chase like as it happens. Okay. So like Derek, the palace guard is chasing you. They're not far behind. What do you do? And like maybe Derek is like playing a dwarf. Like I'm a dwarf. I've got short legs. But maybe like you'll like try to grab things and like throw them behind you as you're running. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So like I might say
Classic.
like make a finesse check. Like see if you can like grab things or like a might check. Make a skill check. You roll a 7. Okay, not that great. Okay, so what I might do then? So if the die is if their speed is 4, I might say, all right, Derek, you didn't do very good. You get to roll a d4, right? So on a 4 or higher, you get closer. So like you're slow and you didn't do very good on your skill check or your idea or whatever. So like this die goes in their column. Okay. All right, so that die goes in their column, and then maybe Joe goes next, and he says, "All right, I'm going to shapeshift into a dire wolf, and I'm going to scoop up Derek, and like help him like go faster." And like that's a pretty good idea. So the next person gets to roll 2 dice, and instead of a d4, this guy gets to roll d8s because he has a really good idea. He's a druid, and he shapeshifts into a fast wolf, so he'll roll this. He got 2 8s, right? So
But
these 2 8s.
aren't you just moderating the dice roll success or failure and then basically seeing if it's also a success or failure? Like, aren't you just basically like putting me in double jeopardy? Because you're
Maybe.
basically saying like, well, you succeeded, but you didn't actually succeed because you didn't roll well enough.
Maybe. So yeah, it's we're and maybe nothing happens with it. Maybe this is a stupid idea. But I want to sort of separate the you had a great idea, like you get closer. separate like the idea from like the outcome. Like the outcome should still be a little bit uncertain, you know?
Hmm.
A better idea or a better ability or whatever like should be
I mean,
more likely to succeed, right?
I
Go
will
ahead.
say that the problem is that, right, the chase has a extremely, what I'll say, like, diegetic connection to the fiction, right? Like they are X units of distance ahead of us or behind us.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I think it would feel very tonally weird if you were really far ahead and then they roll this pool of dice and they're like, and they catch you. And
Yeah,
you're like,
it shouldn't be that.
like, I feel like it should feel like this, like, okay, they're at 3 units of distance, they're at 2 units of
Yeah.
distance, they're at 1 unit of distance, right? And like I think it should, because it's really representing a physical analog,
So
right, in
yeah,
our fictional space.
that's what I'm saying. So like the first time, like your role, like they got closer, right? So like you're running away. So they got close. So they get one die in their column, and then like the next guy, Joe, he goes, he has a great idea, and he gets two dice in his column, and then maybe the next person, like I don't really have a good idea. I'm just gonna focus on like running as fast as I can. So like it's not a bad idea,
Right,
it's not a great idea. So
right.
instead of a D4D, like maybe you'll roll D6s. But so the third
I'm
person
also going to
gets.
put on my I'm also going to
Go
put on
ahead.
my, like, Derek pedantic hat. So it's easier for a larger group of PCs to run away from a group of palace guards because they're making more skill checks.
No, no, not necessarily because if so like so the first person might roll one die and the second person rolls two dice and the third person rolls three dice. So like the first people matter, but but in order to prevent the like oh we rolled really good on the first two rolls like the rest of you guys don't have to roll. Because like the third like say like the fifth guy in the party the last guy in the party he might roll five dice, right? Um and if it's looking like this like if the good guys have three dice in their column, the bad guys have one dice in their column, say, like you have a really good chance of getting away. Like they set you up to be the good anchor, like you're miles ahead,
Okay.
right?
So so you're trying to use skill checks to build a dice pool that is then compared against, so it's almost like, I'm trying to think of a good example of this. It's kind of like, are you assuming that these things are sort of like we don't know how far ahead you are or behind you are until everyone's taken their actions and then we roll all the dice and find out?
No, 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 no. So so
Okay.
basically, like you're running away from the palace guards, and then
Yeah.
let's find out if they catch you or not. Okay, you could just make one skill check or just roll one die and see okay they catch you or no you get away.
Or like,
Um,
who's got the higher speed?
yeah, who's the
Oh, you have a
fastest?
dwarf, they catch you.
Yeah. So instead of that, we through a series of rolls, we can sort of tell the story of what happens, and then in the end,
Hmm.
whichever. So like if this is their column, whichever column has more dice, like if their column has more dice, they catch you. If your column has more dice, four or more or four or less, then you get away. So it's a way to sort of tell the story of what's happening as you're doing it. Does that make sense?
I mean, is there any particular reason that we're using dice? Why aren't they just, is it means basically just, are you just counting victory points at that point and then seeing who had the most victory points?
I guess using the dice is like more of like a tactile way of doing it. Um, so
I'm
like
saying if they were glass beads, would that,
no, it wouldn't matter. But like you glass beads don't have like a face. So like so I would roll these dice, and any that are four or more, like those go in my column. Like the good guys get those dice, and then any
yeah.
that are less than four, like the bad guys get them. So it's just a
But to
way
be
of
clear, I
counting it up.
could make a skill check, pass the skill check, roll the dice, and they ended up in the guards column.
You could, but so like what I'm
That just
thinking is
feels,
like
I think that's a feels bad moment, isn't it?
I mean rolling bad like it feels bad, but so like if
Well, no,
so
but I
like
rolled well. I mean, I did the part that I'm supposed to do. I passed my check. Like, what does that even mean in the fiction?
well,
That,
so
like,
so how about this? So, like you have a really good idea. So let's say you're the third player to go. So you'll roll like three dice. So what size dice do you roll? if you have a really good skill check, maybe I'll say you can roll d8s. Or if it's like a really, really good skill check or idea or whatever, maybe you get to roll d10s. So you're much more likely to, as you roll those, to beat to outrun the bad guys. But there's always a chance that something happens. You roll like three ones. Like that's possible, but that's not likely. It's much more likely that you are going to pull ahead because of your good skill check. Does that make sense?
It does. I mean, again, you're this is the opposite of preaching to the choir. I just don't think that like chases are particularly mechanically interesting, and I don't think that they like
Maybe they
make
are.
any
Like,
sense.
yeah, maybe this
But
is
but I it's one of those like juice for squeeze type situations. I mean,
it might not be
I
there,
don't
yeah.
I don't I don't know how often people are running chases in their games, but
Yeah, so for a
you know,
chase, it
in
it,
fact,
it
in fact, in
might
fact, in fact, 9 times out of 10, I prefer to just say you get away. Like, you know what I mean? Like
yeah,
make a check. Did you get away? You know, you got away. You know, like because like
yeah,
I'd rather deal with the consequences of the chase, right, rather than the chase itself. So again,
yeah,
that's not pushback on your mechanic. I'm just saying, like, my desire for this is somewhat mitigated.
yeah.
I guess what I'm trying to say is like I don't necessarily know that I like that I am making a check that then is going to determine what size die I roll, or maybe my idea or whatever my check result,
Mhm.
and that I could pass my check, even rolling really quote unquote good dice, and they could still end up in the other party's column,
So would it be
where it's
better for
like,
you, like, you make a check, so you got a 20, so, like it's just 1 step instead of 2 steps, basically. So, like,
yeah, and
whatever
I
check you
guess what I'm saying,
have
yeah, but I mean the problem with that is that then now you have what is essentially what we call a racing clock, or actually more specifically, it's a tug of war clock,
Mhm,
right? So from Blades in the Dark. So basically, it's like, hey, when the clock gets to 0, they catch you. When the clock gets to 6, you get away.
mhm,
And it's like, okay, and the clock starts at 3.
mhm.
And so it's like, oh, you failed. It goes closer to 0. Oh, you failed. It's at 1. Oh no, okay, you passed. It went up to 2. Oh, it went up to 4. It went up to 5. Oh, you failed. It went down to 3, and then it went up to 6. Right?
Yeah,
That's like a tug of war clock,
yeah.
where it's just going back and forth and back and forth.
So that's
Now,
the idea.
some people really love that. I don't I don't know that I find it kind of just ends up de-evolving into trying to roll my best skill, and we just kind of keep throwing out chase tropey memes
Yeah.
over
I
and over and over again. I look for the guys walking back and forth with the plate glass window across the street, and I'm gonna dive through it, and oh, where's the banana stand? I knocked the banana stand over, and
Yeah. So, like,
um
that yeah, so, like, if what was it? You said 1 to 6, if it's a 6, you get away or something with that, with the tug of war clock? So, like,
I mean, yeah, that's
so
well,
so
0 to
f
6, but yeah, but
0 to okay,
but
0 to
yeah.
6. Okay, so 0 to 6. So, my problem with that is, like, all right, we take 1 step here and then 1 step here, and then, oh, we had to take 2 steps here, and, like, you could just sort of, like, spend too long sort of, like, going back and forth in this area, right?
Yes, correct. That is another problem with tug of war clocks. The other way is a racing clocks, right?
Okay.
Where it's like, okay, the first team that gets to 10, right, gets what they want, which is you either get away or you get, or they catch you. And you're like, hey, you guys have a good lead on them. You start at 2. You're at 2 units of 10. They're at 0 units of 10. But now it's like it's more of just like us rolling to increase our clock,
Mhm.
right? Rather than, and then like I guess you're rolling for your NPCs to see how much, or you could just have it set at that point where you're like, hey, their clock increments by 1 each round, so you guys have 10 rounds to do this, or you have 5 rounds to do this. But at
Mhm.
that point, you're basically saying roll X successes in 5 rounds, which
Yeah,
is,
there's a hard cap.
yeah, there's a hard cap, and you don't
Okay.
get any of that sort of, maybe that sort of uncertainty tension that you're talking about.
Yeah.
But I don't
I
necessarily know that makes sense, because I feel like I would know if we're getting away or not.
yeah.
I'd like
Well,
look behind me, like, where are they at?
like, they could be getting closer, closer, closer until, like like, you slam the gate in their face and, like, you get away,
Right,
you know?
right.
So, I think having a an definite end to it is important. Like, it just sort of, like, potentially going back
So
and
to be
forth forever
clear,
is
what you want is, like you said, is you mentioned they're getting closer, they're getting closer, they're getting closer, they're about to catch you, and then there's some dramatic huge thing, and that they're completely blocked. But you're also fine with that reversed, right? The players are like, "You're so far ahead, you can't even see them," and then you all fall into a manhole and they catch you.
um, if potentially, if that is
Okay.
like, if everybody can see, like we roll the dice and we roll 7 1s, everybody can see that. Like that's not just me, like DM Fiat saying like, "Oh, sorry guys," you know, you know. It's like everybody can see what the odds were. Everybody can see how far ahead we are, and then like just this impossibly unlikely thing happens in front of us all. I think that could make for
Yeah.
an interesting story. Because it's on the up and up and not just me, like because everybody can see the dice and everybody knows the mechanics and the goal ahead of time.
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, I mean, I think that you know, having some sort of system here is not a bad thing.
Yeah.
I don't know that like turning like randomness and then you thought you were about to lose or you thought you were about to win and then psych, you know, the
Mhm.
opposite happened is necessarily a good result. Because now you're giving the players information, but that information you know, sort of, you know, means I mean, I guess the equivalent would be imagine taking your combat game. Now, you could do this. Imagine taking Nimble and saying every round you double damage. So round 1 you do base damage, round 2 you do twice damage, round 3 everything does triple damage, round 4 everything does quadruple damage, right?
Is
So the
that like
players
a,
could
a
play
13th
really
age thing?
well. They escalate the attack bonus, yeah,
Okay.
but so which isn't a thing in yours because you hit automatically anyways. But like you know, like the players could play really well in the first round and take no damage, and they do a bunch of damage to the monsters. And then in round 2 they play really well and they take no damage and they do a bunch of damage to the monsters. And then in round 3 they get killed. And it was dramatic and it was exciting
Yeah.
because they were getting so close, and then boom, you know, it slammed right in their
I
face.
think this is so
Um,
like to be fair, I think chases are the least interesting out of the three of these. The least
okay.
useful, but I think like the consequence of the chase is like the story just takes a different turn. The consequences of like dying in combat is the story's over. Right.
I mean, not in certain types of games. The
Well,
players could choose to surrender. But no, I mean, I get what you're
yeah. So like the consequence of like we're caught, like okay, like now it's a prison escape. Like now like something different interesting happens, but we can still play, right? So
saying.
it's not as soul crushing to like play perfectly strategically and this and this and this and then like you get caught. Um but yeah, to be fair, like I think out of all of these chases is definitely the most fiddly and maybe the least useful. Like I might have a chase in like a year-long campaign. But having some way to resolve that might be interesting, even with that. But it might not be worth it at the same time. So
I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of the best way that I would resolve it. You know, I mean, for me, it comes down to it should come down to like this idea of pushing your luck
mhm.
and sort of risk for reward, right? I want to create a series of situations where we create a situation where the players feel like they're losing
Yeah.
because the enemy is gaining on them.
Mhm.
And now they have to start doing riskier, not necessarily. And by the way, one of the problems, this is one of the reasons I love Blades in the Dark, people associate risk with a decreased chance of success, right? In D&D, we've been taught that risky equals high DC, which means that you have a greater chance of accomplishing nothing. Blades in the Dark and PBTA recontextualize that, and they say, imagine a world where everything was always DC 10, but when something was riskier, it meant that when you failed, there was worse and worse and worse consequences the
Yeah.
riskier things got. So I like this idea that there's this feeling of like, okay, the enemy is because let's call it what it is. If the enemy can't catch you, then why are we doing a chase scene? That's
Right.
like the first step. So I think the foregone conclusion of a chase scene should be that you get caught. Right. So I think we should potentially we should recontextualize that.
Hmm.
Okay. Because like like for example, in a combat, the base assumption is if we do nothing, these monsters are going to kill us. Right. So in a chase scene, I think the foregone conclusion is these monsters are going or these things are going to catch you. What do you do to keep that from becoming true? And if the players are unable to secure enough successes early on to achieve that success, then the players need to have this option where they start having to wonder, is it worth taking extraordinary risks? And that
Yeah.
doesn't, if extraordinary risk means lower chance of success, then that's actually a bad deal, because it means that you are less likely to succeed when you need to succeed. Instead, it's more of like, what are you willing to pay? What are you willing to sacrifice? What are you willing to give up? What are you willing to risk if it means getting success? And that means getting away.
So what
So
what if it
that's the way
was
I would,
what if it was something like this? Um,
yeah.
so what if it was like more of a direct thing? It's like whatever you roll, like you get. Um, so like they're X units away and closing in. Like, and
Yep.
Derek, you're the last one to go, and like what you do determines whether we get caught or not. It's okay.
Yep.
So what if it's like we need 2 successes to get away, or 3 successes. So what if it's like, Derek, you can choose what die size to roll. You could roll D4s or you could roll D6s. Okay, D6s, you're more likely to get the 4 or higher that you need. But with the D4s, if you roll a 4, that explodes. And any exploding dice, you automatically get. It's like the D, you have a 25% chance to hit a 4, but if you do hit a 4, that counts for 2.
Right, but I could math that out. But
I'm sure you could, but like I'm not saying that exactly, but like
no, I
it's
know, I know,
it's
I know.
something like that where you get to choose. Like, do
It
you
means
go
that the 4 is
for
actually
this
worth a 5.55.
this
Like
safer thing, or this like more dangerous thing?
well, I think the key here has to be danger in the context of what? We are assuming danger means failure. But what I'm suggesting is that failure isn't really that interesting,
Mhm,
right? Because we accept that failure is going to happen. What I'm more interested in is like I mean put it in a very simple way. Like my character is willing to potentially suffer conditions or hit point damage or the loss of gear or equipment or whatever knobs and dials are available to you within your context of the game system,
mhm,
if it means that we can get away,
mhm,
right? Like I'm willing to like normally a skill check is free, right? It
mhm,
doesn't cost us anything, pass or fail, right? It's either you pass or you fail. And what I'm suggesting is that maybe the way that you become more the way that we dial up that intensity is as the inevitability. If the group rolls really great, fantastic. They get away, they get rewarded for rolling well. But if it looks like the players are going to get caught, now you need to start doing riskier things. And that riskier thing shouldn't be, oh, I have a greater chance of failing, but I have a greater chance of succeeding. Because at the end
mhm.
of the day, that kind of just washes out and you just
Yeah.
math it out. What I think is a
S-
more interesting question is to ask the player, what are you as a player, as a PC,
mhm,
right? From an internal character immersion perspective, what are you willing to risk? What are you willing to pay? What are you willing to sacrifice if it means gaining success here?
mhm,
It's equivalent to like the fighter character in combat going, I'm willing to go into combat with those 3 enemies to keep them tied up so they don't go attack the wizard, right?
mhm.
Like I understand that I'm putting my character into an increased
Yeah.
situation where they're potentially going to be risking death, dismemberment, whatever.
Mhm,
How do you take that same kind of excitement and tension and feeling of player agency and apply it to a chase?
mhm. So if yeah, okay. So let's say you're
And
rolling. Go ahead.
no, I was going to say, and eh, this is essentially what I'm describing um, is in Blades in the Dark. Um, in Blades in the Dark, a role is either controlled, risky, or desperate,
Mhm,
and those 3 roles do not change your percent chance of success. None
mhm.
of that ever changes. Instead, it changes how bad are the consequences if you fail.
Okay.
And one of the options that is always available to a player, as long as we can figure out a way to describe what that looks like in the fiction, is you can make your position worse to increase how effective your action is.
Mhm,
So, in other words, the GM might say, well, this is a risky situation. And the player says, can I make it desperate so that I can get more bang out of this action
mhm.
if and when I succeed? At the
Yep.
understanding that if I do fail, the consequences for me will be worse.
Okay. That
That's
is
like
interesting.
yeah. So that
Yeah.
for me personally, I'm not saying for anybody else here because I understand I'm not like
You're
99% of
not
people out there.
duck. Yeah, no,
But yeah,
that is
that's
interesting.
interesting. That's what works for me.
Yeah, so initially what I was thinking, I'd like to hear an example of that, what you're saying. So like, Derek, if you could roll an 18 or higher, you guys get away. Let's just say.
Right.
But if you drop your war axe, your favorite war axe, I'll let you roll with advantage. And if you drop your
That's
pack, the thing that's weighing you down with all your loot, I'll let you roll with double advantage. So like that
correct.
changes the odds. Um, so that's the opposite of what you were saying. So like like give me an example of what you were saying where like the odds remain the same, but the
Okay.
consequences, good or
Yeah.
bad, are shifted.
So okay, I don't know what the base DC is in your game, 15 or something like that. Um, let's say that the game is 15 or the DC is 15, and like if you succeed, it's like, hey, uh, you I don't know, you add 1 unit of distance, and someone's
Mhm,
like, I need more than 1 unit of distance
mhm.
for us to succeed. I need 3 units of distance,
Yeah.
and I could be like, okay, we're gonna make the check. It's still DC 15,
Mhm.
but if you fail, now this thing happens to you. Or just to even make the check, you have to drop your pack.
Yeah.
And the player has to decide, is that worth it for me to
Okay.
be able to have permission to do this check?
So it's
And
still
or
one
at the
die, but that
yeah,
die counts for two either way.
correct.
Okay.
The other option is, this is also where you could get into a situation where, again, I don't mind a certain amount of wheeling and dealing with my players, where it's like, hey, depending on what somebody says, like a player might say, what happens if I stop and fight them? And I'll be like, okay, I'll give you 3 units of success, but then you have to fight them on your own.
Mhm. Yeah.
Just giving the players that feeling like, okay, I'm the one in control here.
Yeah.
It's not just happening to me, but
Yeah.
I'm happening to it,
Yeah. You guarantee your friends getting away, but you guarantee you get caught.
Correct. But
Yeah, that's interesting. That's
yeah,
interesting. Is it more fun in your mind?
I don't know.
Um, no, well, I'm about to ask.
Oh,
So is like rolling this more fun, like increasing my odds, like sacrificing something to increase my odds of success, or having
yeah.
the same odds, but that success or failure meaning more?
So it's funny that you
Because
mentioned this.
this is much swingier.
I posted this in Patreon,
Okay,
my Patreon, the other day. It's funny that you mentioned this.
nice. The last call Patreon. Check it
Filmed
out.
I filmed Night's Last Call Patreon. I filmed, and I was making fun of myself. I filmed a series of vlogs while I was in Vegas, and I was in Vegas, so I was talking about numbers and I was talking about random chance, and I was importing it into Adobe Premiere Pro, and then there's this new transcribe feature, and I just hit transcribe, and I was reading what I said, and I was like, man, I will never be able to reach a mainstream audience. But what I was talking about here
I saw
was
that
talking
post.
about
I didn't understand
yeah, I
what you
was
were
talking
getting
about
at.
odds and
Okay.
meta currency. And what I
Yeah.
said is that, um, you know, um, the moment that you allow players to influence their outcomes by paying some sort of cost, you're playing a very, very different game because now randomness becomes an economy. The players get more agency and more choice. However, there is a distinct difference between how and where you change that cost. Okay, for example, in the base rules for inspiration in D&D 5th edition, where you pay your meta currency before the roll to change your odds, this then is now a tactical. It feels like a tactical or a strategic decision. Am I willing to pay this amount of money, whether it's, like you said, could be inspiration, but it could also be luck points, but it could also be like dropping your pack. That feels very strategic. That feels very tactical.
Mhm.
You're trying to manipulate the situation before the dice are rolled in order to give you a better chance at outcome. Now, the alternative is manipulating the results of the outcome after the fact. Now, that could be a reroll after you've seen the results, but more often than not, it's the GM saying, hey, you failed. I'm willing to give you success if you do blank, 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 blank. In that case, in my opinion, it feels more like a dramatic moment.
Yeah.
okay,
I
rather than a
like
strategic
I
moment.
like that more, I think,
Yeah. Yes,
because
Zen Bullet. That's a super deep cut. It's like an inverse Sparks and Shadows. You are correct.
I don't know
What you're
what that is.
describing. Yeah, I know. I know.
Um, so Nicholas says what is missing? People running empty quarter, white room. I don't think so. So like the initial thought was, it's like some people are more creative than other people, obviously. Um, so let me pull up my initial notes so I can sort of show you what I was thinking. This is for this is for like the initial like negotiating things. Um, so you would give a player like an easier DC or a like more of a reward for a good skill check or for role playing better, right? What does that mean?
Mhm.
So like for that person, right? So for some players, like a shy person or a very young person, like if I'm playing with my 8-year-old, like just a few words with like a half a decent idea, like that's great role playing for him, right? But for like the theater major who's always going on about this and this and this, like that might just be like minimal effort, right? So
Mhm.
I think seeing it after the fact, so like in Nimble, like you're attacked, you take 10 damage. Now you can decide, like, do I
Yep.
defend or not?
Yep. And that's huge. I think that's one of the main enjoyable parts of your game
Yeah.
is that
The
ability to sort of, you know, be in truly control.
yes.
Because it could be, in standard D&D, the worst feeling in D&D or whatever, Pathfinder or whatever, is where you go, hey, I really don't want to get hit this round. I'm going to take this action. I'm going to take this action. I'm going to cast a shield spell. I'm going to do this thing. I'm going to get behind cover.
Yeah.
And then the GM rolls a 19 anyways and you're hit. That feels very bad. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. It's the way the
Waste.
game works. It's a procedural element, but you kind of feel like, dang, it would have been better if I had just rolled around on the
Yeah.
floor.
But
Like
yeah,
that would have
but
been a better use of my turn.
it shouldn't work that way. Like it feels like my choices were stolen from me. Like
Yes,
it didn't
right.
matter.
And that is the price you pay for dice, but that doesn't mean it has to be that way, which is what Nimble
Yeah.
does. Nimble says
If we
you get to
can
make that choice
minimize
after.
that, if we can minimize that as much as possible or eliminate it altogether, then you will have more fun per unit of time. Or it'll be more
Yes.
meaningful or whatever, even with the ups and the downs. So to go back to what Nicholas was saying, like it's not just rolling dice. It would be like, well, what are you doing to get away? Right? Like I'm
Mm-hmm.
pulling things behind me or like and like but like what you said, Derek, like there's only so many ideas like I throw bananas behind me or I do this. Like so
Right. Eventually, it starts.
our
You're like, wait, what is going on right now? You're like, I drop a banana peel.
there are a
I
lot of
I
bananas.
use a magic mushroom. I blue shell that motherfucker. Like eventually, you just get to
Yeah.
a point where you're just playing Mario Kart. Yeah.
Yeah. So like we don't expect people to come up with those kinds of ideas in combat, right?
Yeah.
At least not often. Like there's only so many chandeliers that you could swing from to like do things. So are we trying to like create a moment that RPGs are just not that good at?
Mm,
Maybe. But
maybe.
combat is something that happens like presumably every session, maybe like maybe multiple times per session.
Right.
So there's more of that. But for a chase, if it only happens like once a year, like in real,
Yeah.
like once per campaign, like
Yeah.
it
Well,
might
I
be
will answer the
okay.
question.
Yeah.
I will answer the question after I use the restroom.
Okay. Um, so yeah, so you wouldn't just say like, well, oh, I'm just running. All right, make a skill check to see how fast you're running. It's like, what are you doing to get away? So it is more than that. And could the GM have some interactable elements? Yes. Sort of like a dungeon. Like it's not just like blank rooms in a dungeon. Like there's an adventure. You have an adventure, and these are the things in this dungeon. So you could do that. Um, but what I'm trying to give is a framework for a GM to be able to do some of this on the fly. Like maybe I didn't expect or plan for a chase, but we can do this chase thing. Like just on the fly. Let's see what happens. Maybe I didn't plan on maybe I didn't plan on like you guys trying to negotiate this thing with the king. So let's roll the dice and let's see what the king thinks about these things, whether he goes along with it or not. So yeah, that's sort of thought. Derek, you said you had an answer. You had an answer to the question.
Yeah, and it's because combat has, we talk a lot on nights about this idea of campaigns or scenes as a form of competition or scenes as a form of collaboration. The fact of the matter is that in a combat, the stakes are usually very extreme and dire. And even if there's literally no role playing, right, a combat can still be really exciting because we're going to use our cool powers. There's really meaningful stakes, aka our characters could die, and people just play miniatures games like
Yeah,
with no role playing, right?
that
They,
is
they,
the
they get
fun for a
around,
lot
they
of
play.
people.
That is the fun part. Is just moving little figures around and going pew 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 pew. Like there's no role playing going on in Warhammer 40K. They're just rolling their dice. So that is fun by itself, just as a tactical challenge.
Yeah.
The problem with a chase is that if you boil it down to its absolute bare minimum, it's make a bunch of skill checks until you succeed, right? And so the bar is raised because suddenly now that isn't so much about, and even if it is about beating the encounter, you don't have the same kind of tools like you do in combat. You don't have your cool class powers. You don't have your cool spells. You don't have your cool interactions and bonuses and taking to defend and my 3 actions and whatever. But also the stakes you mentioned are lower. Yeah, okay, if we get caught, okay, we just have a fight. The fight's the thing with the stake. Oh, we get caught. Well, we're imprisoned. So it's not like, I'm not saying those are good things. I'm just simply saying that like the immediacy, the primacy of that consequence isn't as dire. And at the end of the day, I don't think anyone here would disagree that rolling skill checks is never as fun or as exciting as making attack rolls. It just isn't. And so at the end of the day, we kind of force or rely on banana carts being tipped over to try to make it something interesting because we're trying to create more of a visual spectacle. So in other words, the chase really becomes a storytelling moment.
It is
more than a challenge or tactical challenge moment. And that's why it's very different from combat, and why what we're trying to do is sort of add in a tactical element to it. And that's why you might say, well, without the describing things, it just becomes kind of a flipping, just like running down a blank white corridor.
right.
And that is a realistic concern. And I think that's the reason why skill challenges have existed since, well, really a long time, but really they were formalized in 4th edition D&D. And I played the crap out of them, and I never really found them to be particularly good or interesting, because I think what they usually end up boiling down to is just a series of checks. And yes, people can bring them to life by like describing things, but at the end of the day, unless the way and the method that they are describing them materially changes the output in a predictable way that isn't just predicated on the GM going, I agree, then you run into this risk of things feeling very arbitrary, biased, and unfair.
There is a 4th quadrant here, and I think it's journeys. So
Okay.
I think a journey with a journey, like we're going to the dungeon. Like the question isn't do we get there? The question is like how well does this journey go to set us up for when we arrive? So like if the journey goes
Yes.
well, then we start with resources way up here. Like if this was like our normal maximum, the journey goes well, then we start like above normal. And if the journey goes poorly, we still get there, but maybe we start with a few fewer resources, right? So that with the question with the journey isn't if we get there, it's in what shape do we arrive in, right? So that's a journey. And a chase, the way you're describing it, Derek, could be similar to a journey. Like you guys could just decide to get away if you sacrifice enough, right?
Yeah.
So
That's one way to think about it.
so a chase is like I think more like combat in that you don't know if you're going to win or lose. The consequences are less. Winning is just getting away, and losing is
Yeah.
you're caught. So a chase is so a journey. The question isn't if we get there. The question is just in what shape do we get there. But a chase is
Yeah.
like the question for a chase is do we escape or do we catch them,
Yeah.
right, or not?
Well, yeah, because I mean, there's things that we have to understand about chases, which is, and we can actually answer this by looking back at 30, 40-year-old D&D. And also this thing called like sports and the Olympics, which is that the way that chases actually work is the person that's faster gets away. Like our concept of chases is a fictional one based off of what we've seen in like movies and TV shows, right? Where like name a time there was a chase scene in a movie. Scene, not like just like a single scene, but like a single shot, but like a scene, and it basically consisted of the protagonist just getting away ever increasingly, and the bad guys never got close, and then that was it. No, that's not a scene. That's going to be a single shot. You know, that's where like the heroes get into the car and they push a step on the gas and they leave the guy in the dust, and that's it. That's the end. It's not even a
Mm-hmm.
scene. That was like a single check. No, when it's a chase scene, it is artificially constructed so that there's this rubber banding back and forth. You get ahead, they catch up. Oh no, this is a dead end. Oh, I have to climb. I have to climb up the escape. You know, the escape stairs, the escape walk, whatever that thing is called. The fire escape. I get to the roof. Oh no, he's cut me off at the roof. Now I'm leaping from rooftop to rooftop, and you know the one guy I'm barely making onto the edge of the rooftop, and they're calling in backups and reinforcements, swarming up the buildings, and, right? Like it's this artificial narrative construct to make it more exciting than it really actually is. In reality,
Yes.
we see chases all the time. It's called the 500 meters or whatever. It's the 1,000 meters, and it's just people. I was trying to say catwalk, Kojo, but also trying to say fire escape, and it came out as escape walk. By the way,
I
that's
knew
what
what you were
it's like
talking
to,
about.
I know that's what it's like to roast me as a GM. I'm not Matt Mercer.
the thing,
walk.
the thing you climb up the thing.
The metal thing.
So a chase it. So for a chase to be exciting, yes, it should be an open question. What happens until the very end? Otherwise, it's if we know we're gonna catch them, we just have to roll this stupid d20 17 more times just to get past it. Not fun. Or if it's
Right,
like we know we can't chase them, or it's too hard, it's frustrating. If it's too easy, it's a slog. So is there some way? And again, it might be helpful to back up to just ask if this is worth it at all. I think I'm not sold on that question if it's worth it at all. I'm leaning toward not. But is there an easy mechanic where each one of the 4 players can roll some dice and determine the outcome?
Yep.
Like everybody gets to make one cool choice, roll some dice.
Yep.
Once everybody's done
so
that, we know what happens.
Yeah, that's called. So this was a thing that came out in 4th edition called the 1-round skill challenge.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And what you do is everybody gets to contribute something. You set some sort of difficulty, right? Like, hey, as a group, you guys need to get 5 successes or 5 points. And typically, traditionally, you start with the people who are quote unquote the weakest at that challenge. This could be anything, doesn't have to be a chase. And that person makes a check. And what you have to have is a methodology or a mechanic that allows people to get more than 1 success. And so, the person who's the worst at it rolls and they get a 0. And then you get to the second person and they roll, they get 1 success. So now you're at 1 of 5. And then you get to the third person and they roll 2 successes. So now you're at 3 of 5. So now that last person, the pressure's on them. Can they get the 2 successes that they need in order to succeed?
Mm-hmm.
And again, how you get those increased successes, if you just make it a higher DC, the problem is it just becomes a math problem, right? Like if I have a 50% chance of getting 1 success or a 25% chance of getting 2 successes, the average is the same. So
I don't want someone to have. I don't want the right answer to be like we have to break out a spreadsheet, or like I don't want this to be like a solved problem. Like always choose this.
Right. And instead, hopefully, what you set up is one of 3 situations. The first situation is your quote unquote poor people, your poor performers, manage to somehow roll well. And everyone gets to be really excited because now your people who are really good at this can just take it easy, let it coast on
Sail
home.
off into the distance.
Sail off in the distance, and it's fun just because the people who suck at it succeeded, The wizard didn't need any help. I've been working out to camp, and I didn't need, to climb the chair. The second issue, or the second set of circumstances, is where the people who aren't good at it, don't get enough successes, or they get their one, but you need more than one per player. And the people who are really good at this have some sort of option that they can take advantage of their increased skill, maybe just naturally by rolling. Oh, if you roll, Pathfinder 2, it's like, oh, if you roll 5 or 10 above, you get this, or if you roll 5 above, I think there's some RPG where if you roll 5 above, you get some bonus success. Just the fact that they're better at this means that they generate more successes.
Mm-hmm.
And then the third option, which is the most dramatic, is the one. So that option. So the first option feels good for the people who suck because they go, "Hey, I actually contributed to the team in a meaningful way, and I didn't drag us down, and now it's kind of easy mode." The second situation feels good for the people who are great because the people who suck didn't, quote unquote, they didn't perform well. But hey, I'm so good at this, I can kind of, I can shoulder their blame. I can deal with their shortfall, and I feel good for the investment that I
You
made in
can
my
carry the
choices.
team.
I can carry the team. And then the third choice, the third option is where a bunch of people shit the bed. And now you're the best at this, or you're whoever's last. And now the question is, what choices or sacrifices am I willing to make if it means that our team can succeed?
Mm-hmm.
And that could be fun because I get to show a moment of of characterization, of building, of making a meaningful sacrifice on behalf of the team, or maybe make a decision not to because we don't feel like it's either the appropriate narrative choice or the appropriate tactical choice. But either way, it's kind of an interesting decision. And so, I mean, Eric, yes, I mean, obviously, I do a lot of this with Blades in the Dark, a lot, and clocks and stuff like that. But
Yeah. So I think all of these tenets are important. It should be quick to resolve. Everybody
yep,
gets to make a choice
yep,
and roll some dice. I think whoever's worst goes first. I think that's I think that's maybe that's not a tenet. That is just like a thing.
yeah.
Um, this is not a tenet. This is just sort of a question. It's like if you need to have more successes than failures, then like what happens with different number of players? Is it like what happens if it's even?
Yeah, I don't want. I don't ever want there to be. So this is the fourth edition problem where
Yeah.
you had to get X successes before Y failures, and what that does is it encourages people who suck at it. In fact, like it'll be like, no, you just sit there in the corner and don't participate.
Yeah,
That
just
I think is
sit
bad.
down. Yeah, no,
You're actually
everybody
you're
should do
hurting us.
something. You're part of the party. I think everybody should contribute, not
Yeah,
just the bard talking, right?
correct.
I think that's important, and it should be an open question until the very end. But
Right.
okay, what if we're in a deep hole? Um, the later players should have the option to like roll more dice or improve their thing at some cost, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. There's got to be some sort of agency, right? It's about making choices, and it's about having tools and options in your leverage. Now, I mean, you could also theoretically have a fourth situation, which is where everybody did so badly in rounds. Let's say you had a 5-person party or whatever, and players 1, 2, 3, 4 generated no successes, right? And now you have the final person, and the most that they could ever get, right, is like 3 or 4. So you cannot succeed. So then the question becomes: do you have some sort of gradation,
Mhm.
of what does failure look like? Is there, you failed, but it's not as bad, or
Mhm.
you get into those situations. So now it's like, hey, is it worth me pulling out all the stops so that we're still going to fail, but we don't fail as badly?
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, it depends on how much you want to, mechanize this.
Yeah. Like my thing is I don't want to put too much on the GM to have to like now I have to come up with an idea of like if they succeed and if they fail, and then like more ideas for like all the different
Yep.
variations of success and failure.
Well,
Like
nobody said GMing was easy there,
it's
Evan.
not easy, but if
That's
we can make it easier, then more people will be willing to do it. So, um, so
yeah. I
we
mean,
I don't want to automate GMing and like have no choices
yeah.
and not be interesting, but I don't want to put so much of the burden. I don't want more expected out of the GM than the players than the
Yeah.
rest of the players. I think that's reasonable,
Yeah.
or
Now,
not much
Nicholas,
more at least.
Nicholas, by the way, I see what you're saying, but also realize how much work goes into doing that. You need, in order to run a combat the way that you're describing, right? You need entire books full of carefully crafted bestiary monsters with interesting abilities that synergize off of one another, combat encounter building rules, terrain rules, obstacle rules, cover rules, movement rules, grids, squares, push effects, AoEs. It literally takes up the bulk of most RPG books. So, yes, you are 100% right. And by the way, that's why people tend to like combat, because not only is it fun, but it's also usually really well designed.
Yeah.
And
There's a lot of thought and
it's a
effort that
lot of
goes into it.
yeah, and there's a lot of cool choices to make. I completely agree with you, right? Think about picking a lock in D&D. What choice do you make?
I pick it.
There's no I pick it. There's no choice. You're not like, well, what am I supposed to do? Describe how? Oh, do you go for the tumblers, or are you going for the pin set, or are you? No, like nobody knows shit about locks. I sometimes if it's a trap, I don't even if it's a magic trap. There are traps in D&D that go, what is the trigger for this trap? You stepped into that square. Like it's like what is even happening? I don't even know. I'm just magically waving my disarm traps. Although I guess in 5th edition, right? It's a toolkit. But anyways,
Mhm.
point is, yeah, it would be cooler if we did have that, but
Yeah.
we don't. Because that's just way too much work for something that doesn't come up that often, and quite frankly, isn't really that fun. So, I mean, if something's not going to be like super engaging, at least we should try to make it short. So I like your first
S-
point about resolving it quickly.
So what if it's this then, Derek? So like I'm sort of like stepping back from chases and just more like broadly like skill challenges. Like
Yes,
for the framework for a skill challenge. So currently there's rules in the GM guide, basically a skill challenge. Everybody rolls, and if you have more of these, then you win. If not, so like I'd like to have a little bit more of a knob to turn, so it's a little bit more
yeah,
interesting, so that there is a choice more than like, all right, which of these skills am I the highest at?
yeah.
I'll roll
So,
anybody off against that.
and that, by the way, this is a great point for me to glaze um, this game. So this is Legend of the Five Rings 5th edition, and one of the reasons I really love this game is, and I don't know if this helps us, but it's just pointing us in a direction. One of the reasons I love this game is because uh, in this game you don't have ability scores. You have 5 rings: fire, water, earth, air, and void, and they don't map to how strong you are, how quick you are, how smart you are. Instead, they map to an approach, right? So to do something Earth-like means to do it very methodically, logically, to do it in a very like steadfast and robust fashion. To do something with fire is to do something with passion
I'll be
and
right back. Keep
explosion.
going.
Yeah, no, I will. And to do all that stuff. So this approach-based methodology means that when a GM presents a challenge, they can secretly note that doing the approach one methodology is better at doing it than doing it a different way. To put it in D&D perspectives, which is not how D&D works. But in D&D's perspective, I might say this challenge is best dealt with strength and int. If strength and int could be used with any skill, because that's the key with Legend of the Five Rings. There is no athletics there is no strength score, there is no dex score. So athletics can be done through earth, athletics could be done through fire, athletics could be done through water, athletics could be done through air. And as a GM, you might decide that this particular challenge responds best to earth and fire approaches, but it responds poorly to, say, air and void approaches. And you make that make sense in the fiction, and you communicate that to the players as sort of the fictional tactical layout, or the sort of fictional tactical combat grid of the challenge space. And it's up for the players to sort of assess, hey, I hear what the GM is saying. I think the best way for us to get through this would be to take a very measured and careful approach. That sounds like an earth approach. And I'm going to use my earth ability for this skill check, even if my earth ability isn't my best ability score. So that's what makes that really such a compelling game from that perspective, is because it actually rewards and encourages the players to use the right skill or approach, even if it's not their best skill or approach. That is very different from D&D, where a lot of times we are just fishing for some sort of reason that we can use. My character has an 18 strength and I've got proficiency in, whatever. How do I use that in this skill and in this challenge? And I'm trying to, strong arm it in it. So what Legend of the Five Rings does is it figures out a way to sort of say, it's not about just spamming your best skill. In fact, it might be better for you to use one of your worst skills if that skill is one of the, quote, good ones to use for this challenge. And the way that you ascertained that this was a good skill to use is because you paid attention and you listened to the context clues.
What if
Blades in the Dark does the same thing, by the way, with the player describing their action and then the GM setting the position and effect based on which action they chose.
So what if it's not a skill challenge? What if it's just a 1-round challenge?
Okay.
You don't have to use a skill. Maybe it's better if you don't. Maybe you use like some ability that you have. You rage, or you cast a spell, or you do something. And the GM tells you, you roll. You get to roll 3d6. So like up here. So like this is part of the chase scene. So like the last guy, he casts an ice spell. Like I'll cast an ice spell behind us and make them slip and stuff. And then I'll spend extra mana to upcast it. And then like he gets to roll like 4d8. Like the GM can shift the odds this way or that way depending on their idea or whatever they're doing, and it's not necessarily a skill.
Okay, we could do that, but the problem, I'm not saying this. Again, I am the naysayer master of the universe.
I asked you to come on so that you can shoot the ideas down. So go ahead.
Is now you are diminishing the importance of the character sheet and of the PC, right? Like I think people like to feel rewarded and supported for, hey, I invested in this skill, or I'm invested into this stat and I'm good at this thing.
So someone could use a skill if they wanted to, but it's not that everybody. It's not the assumption that everybody is picking a skill and rolling this skill, right?
Yeah. It's a little wonky.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. But I think at least the framework, I think I've got dungeons down, or at least down enough to where I can refine it and make it good on my own.
Yeah. Again, I can say having, there are numerous, if you haven't already, check out Angry GM's Tension Pool. The old
Tension Pool?
Yeah, Angry GM's Tension Pool. I believe he originally created that off of this Marvel game, which had a thing called the Doom Pool.
I do like the name of that.
What, the Doom Pool?
That does sound cool.
Yeah, and it's and there's Doom Dice and Doom Pool. There you go. That's it.
Setting up the tension pool. Put the tension pool in the middle of the table where we can see it. Put the tension dice where you can reach them easily, and loudly toss them into the tension pool.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, you can see here that it's literally just like you're adding dice. There's different dice. In fact, there's like a thing here that says starting Doom Pool. If it's standard, it starts with 2d6. If it's high stakes, it might start with a number of d8s. If it's catastrophic, it might start with a bunch of d10s, right? So you're sort of setting up this tension and all this stuff. But yeah. And the Doom Pool grows as the session progresses because a d6 is added to the Doom Pool whenever the Watcher, that's the GM, activates an opportunity by when the players roll poorly or whatever like that. So it could be Zipper Fist, maybe. But anyways, yeah. So anyways, it has a long pedigree and people have been using this for a while. And I don't know if I haven't been to Angry GM's blog in like probably 10 years, but I know that, so I don't know if he updated it for 5e or whatever like that, but basically, fundamentally, it's a pretty decent concept.
It's like,
by the way, look at that table. That table looks like mine, just mine. The 2D.
This one down here?
2 through 20. No, the one that's like showing the very rare, the rare, the uncommon, the common. Yeah.
Yeah. So like my
Basically.
initial thought just looking at this is like it seems like a lot. Like I don't.
Well, this is rolling the random complications, right? This is
Okay.
him trying to create that distribution, right? Like that's a separate table
Mhm.
to determine what happens when there is a complication,
So
right?
let me ask you this. So like you're the GM, we're in the dungeon, and like the dungeon's
Yes.
collapsing. Oh no, we have to escape. Could we use tension pool for that? Like if I've never read tension pool, if I don't know what it is, and you just like, all right guys, here's how we're gonna escape, and then like you like can I and my fellow dumb players learn how to do this or do this like while we're doing it, or is this something that everybody has to know how it works ahead of
No,
time?
no, no. I mean, I think people generically understand. Like if you like you said, if you roll a one, you're in trouble.
Mhm.
And as more dice get added, it's more of a chance that we're going to get, dice added.
Okay. Okay. I mean that is broadly what we're going for. Um,
So another way, if you want to make it like a little bit more, I don't know how this is like a separate thing, but it's like okay, because what you don't want to do is you don't want to like punish or penalize people. So what you could do is if you didn't want it to just be one round, but you still wanted there to be a sense of tension, is that at because like yeah, so what could happen is players could roll to try to get successes, and depending on what type of action they take, and depending on whether they pass or fail, you could add dice to the tension pool.
mhm,
And then once every player has taken an action, the round, you roll the tension pool at the end of the round.
mhm.
And depending on what you roll, effects happen. It could
Well,
be
that's interesting.
ancillary damage, it could be problems. If you roll triple ones, maybe the scene ends in disaster. The players don't get to finish, you know.
Okay. Okay.
And
So
then you go back, and then the players, you go through everybody again, and then again, you get to the end of the round, you roll all the dice in the pool, right? And so there's this kind of like, and you could offer a player, be like, oh, I'll give you advantage, but I'm going to add 3 dice to the pool, and their players are like, it's worth it, do it, and you're kind of, pushing your luck to get an advantage now that potentially could bite you in the ass later, but it's not guaranteed, right? It's more of it could be bad. And then you see this mounting tension, right? Whether
mhm.
it's the palace guards chasing you, or the building collapsing, or the building's on fire, or whatever. Now, granted, it does put the GM in a situation where they have to now interpret what does a one mean, what does a double one mean, what does a
Right.
triple one mean,
So
and it
what
becomes
about
more of a GM exercise.
what about this, Derek? Okay. This is a collapsing. This might be what you're saying already, but I'm just seeing if I can put it in my own words. It might not be what you're saying at all. So this is a level 4 dangerous thing. You have to roll a 4 or more to succeed or whatever. Okay. So your character has some idea. You make some skill check, and I give you. It doesn't go well for you, so I give you 2d4s. Someone else, and we don't roll them yet. We add it to the tension
Correct.
pool, and then someone
Right.
else has a little bit more success. They get 2d6s, and then someone else, they do really good. They get 3d8s or like whatever. And then at the end of this, we roll them all, and then we count up all the successes. We don't have to do any math, but we have 4 successes and 2 failures. Is that basically what you're saying?
No, I'm suggesting that.
Well,
No, I'm
before you
suggesting.
explain what is that a cool idea?
I
That
would
does
say
check some of our
no.
boxes.
I would say no.
Okay.
Um, I don't. As a player, I don't think I like the idea that my successes could generate might not generate anything good for us, and instead might actually hurt us. As a player, I think dice getting added to that pool will always feel like a punishment.
No, so like this pool is like it's like so
Oh,
we,
is
we
it
have
good pool?
yeah, it could be a good or it could be bad. So like this, so we
Yeah, I don't like that.
have
That's what I don't like. I don't like the ambiguity.
really okay. So like so it's
Yeah.
not that like you have an idea and your idea was successful. It's like your idea contributed like this much to it, and the
I
other
like
guys
as a player, I want to see the hit point bar. I
yeah
want to know how close to the finish. Like when I'm in a race, I know where the finish line is.
Yeah.
right? As a player, I know that I'm close to escaping the burning building, right? Like I know
Uh-huh.
how close I am. What is uncertain is how dangerous the situation is, and that's going to keep getting built up and built up and built up as time goes on. So
Mhm.
that every round and every situation continues to become more dangerous and more dangerous and more dangerous,
Mhm.
right? And then as a player, I can start making choices like, hey, maybe I do this really cautiously or very carefully so that it doesn't add any dice to the pool, but it becomes a lot harder for me to do. Or maybe I really, I give myself advantage, or I give myself some sort of, I get bigger effects. I get a bigger, not just increased chance of success, but somehow more than just the base level of success at the risk of adding more dice to the pool, or adding more um, different types of dice or something like that. But then plus two, you might have players who approach it from a lateral perspective. A player might say, "Hey, we're trying to escape the collapsing building. This round, can I instead use a wall of stone spell and try to reinforce this chamber as we're running through it, not to give us successes towards getting out, but to reduce the dice in the pool, thus lowering the overall potential risk, right, of that gets rolled at the end of the round, right? So there's just a bunch of different ways for us to approach and attack
Okay.
it. But as a player, I want to be able to know, hey, we need to get to 10 successes to get out.
Yeah.
And I want that number to kind of be locked in. Now, you could, I wouldn't do it because it's too, what's the word I'm looking for? It's too, it's too fiddly. But like, you could do a thing where it's like, hey, at the end of every round, we roll a d12 and we add how many successes you've got. And if you get 20 or more, you get out. And so that way you
Yeah.
don't know for sure. You can't like exactly math it out. You're never quite sure how close you are. You could do it that way, but
Mhm.
that's a little bit more fiddly.
Yeah, so, like, I don't wanna, like, I don't wanna add anything up. Like, I wanna be able to
Yeah,
just, like, roll and, like, see the results. So,
right.
someone just said, "Keep the dice uniform
Well, to be
D6."
fair, I
Yeah,
mean, like
maybe.
it yeah, is like adding like to like 6 or 7 or 8 like a problem?
S so to me, like, whenever possible, like, one of my design principles is if you can just see the result rather than, like,
Yeah.
finding the result, it's better,
Well, what
right?
I mean by that is like I'm assuming that on a player's turn, okay, I am going to take an action that is going to try to advance the primary objective is to escape this dramatic situation.
Mhm.
Or to resolve, I should even say, to be more generic. I want to resolve this dangerous or dramatic situation. If my skill check or my action is successful, that I think should go into a pool of, whether it's a glass bead or something like that, and
Mhm.
basically says, hey, I have decided that based on the constituents of this situation, you need as a party 10 successes in order to beat this challenge. You have just completed your skill check. Here is one glass bead. The party needs 9 more. Um, I don't know that that's like counting successes.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's like counting.
So okay. So let's try this. Let's try this. All right, Derek. You
Yes.
and we're in the party. Just two of us. We're in the party,
Okay.
and we're at the rocks are falling on our heads stage of the dungeon escape. What do you do?
Yep.
What's your idea to get past
What?
this
What?
area?
Tell me my character's motivation. What kind of character
You're
am I?
Gimli. You don't want to get rocks falling on your head and be buried here forever.
Okay. All right. I'm Gimli. Okay. All right. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use my dwarven senses. I'm going to sort of detect the passage that leads us out, the quickest exit to the surface,
Awesome.
and I'm gonna say like that way.
Okay, cool. So in that instance, so like just pause there. Would you say
Pause.
like okay, now roll a skill check?
Sure.
Would you want to roll a skill check to that?
Yeah. I want to use my player character.
Okay. All right. So I'll go ahead and roll. Gimli, you got an 11 plus 5, 16. Okay, fantastic. You get 3 dice added to our success pool. Okay, then me, I have an idea. My idea is like not quite as good. I get to add just 2 dice.
Right.
Okay.
And now,
Yeah.
right.
Okay, so now at the end of the falling rocks round, we roll all
Yep.
of these, and
Yep.
we have 3 successes so far. Okay, round
Now,
2.
now
Now
wait, now wait. I
okay,
want to
go
stop
ahead.
right there.
Uh-huh.
Let's say I added 3 because that was a cool idea, and your idea was not as good, and you added 2, and the GM goes, "I'm going to roll all your dice. I got nothing. You guys accomplished nothing."
Yeah.
That feels bad.
Uh,
I'm glad you
that's
were wait. So what does that mean?
yeah.
I succeeded, but I didn't get us any further along the path.
So
What does that? What does that even? What does that even look like in the fiction? Is what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, so like
I feel
that
like
that that would
I
be
feel like at that
the
point we're just rolling dice to roll dice. Like I don't, like I mean,
yeah.
I guess what like because narratively, like what's true is true. I succeeded at my skill check. Gimli, right,
You
was
get
able to use his keen
you,
dwarven senses and locate the tunnel and find a closer way exit out. That should feel like it advances us towards
yes,
the success.
that
If the
yeah.
dice then dictate that we didn't get any successes, I go, so I was correct, but also we didn't get anywhere closer to the entrance. So it
Right.
feels like what happened? How did I
Yeah.
succeed but fail?
Yeah, we shouldn't roll dice to just roll dice. So if you roll a skill check and you succeed, it should just be a success.
Yeah, correct.
It should be. Okay.
Now, this is maybe the way I would do it. Okay,
Yeah.
so like for example, you could even do this more if you don't want to if you want to create a sense of inevitability. And again, there might be a framework for this. This could also just be Derek winging it and making shit up as he goes along, right? Gimli goes, I'm going to tap into my dwarven senses and I'm going to try to find the tunnel that gets us out of there. Gimli rolls, gets a failure. And I go, Gimli, your senses are highly tuned. There's no way you could fail this. But it takes you a little bit longer than you'd like with all the distractions for you to start to feel the tug and the pull of the earth. So I'm going to give you a success because that was a really good idea. But it takes you a couple moments for your senses to attune and the earth begins to shake uncontrollably. And I add 2 dice to the tension pool. That's what happened because you failed.
Mm-hmm.
As Gimli, I feel awesome. I picked a cool decision. We got a success even though I rolled balls.
Mm-hmm.
But we added these tension dice because the situation is getting worse.
Gotcha.
And at the end of the round, we're going to roll that pool.
Okay.
Now, clocks are fine, S1C sense. The problem with clocks is that they are very deterministic, right? You can look at a clock and go, it's like hit points. A clock doesn't matter until it's empty. And a great example of the evolution of this, and again, there's nothing wrong with clocks. I've been using them for 15 years. Is Grimwild, R.I.P. That used this idea of this concept called diminishing pools, and it was this idea of clocks that were actually represented by dice pools, and you would roll them instead of ticking them down, and the pools would slowly descend.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, point is, as Gimli, I get rewarded for that. Now,
Mm-hmm.
another character might say, I'm going to grab what I have and I'm going to race as quickly as I can to the tunnel that Gimli just pointed out. And they make their check and they succeed. And you say, cool. And you mark a success. Now we have 2 successes. And then maybe every round, or maybe at the start of the round, Evan, you say, right now, the things are this dangerous. I'm going to add a D6 every round. At the start of every round, automatically, we add a D6. So we add a D6, we add a D6. So now the pool's at 3D6. 1 for the automatic progression, 2 or maybe 3 because +2 because Gimli failed their check. But you gave them a die anyway, or the success anyways, because it was a really cool idea. Now I roll the 3d6. Nothing bad happens. You describe that the ground begins to shundle and shake, dust begins to rain down, but nothing's broken free yet. Then, to start of round 2, we add another die because the tension is building. Or if you really want to, be like, in the start of round 2, we had 2 dice. In the start of round 3, we had 3 dice, and all this other stuff. Anyways.
So what I was trying to do is so yeah, all of that is obviously correct. We don't want to roll dice to roll more dice.
Right.
Find out we succeed. Like I hit just to deal 1 damage. We don't want that kind of thing happening. We don't want multiple game actions to figure out one thing. Okay, so what I'm trying to solve for right now is like why doesn't the mage just always use Arcana, and why doesn't Gimli just always use Might, right?
Yeah.
So, with a skill challenge, like in this round, everybody there's falling rocks. Everybody use defense. Add your defense to your d20 roll, or if you want to be creative and use something else, you can do that instead, right? So now if the mage says, no, I'm going to use Arcana, well, you have to explain why Arcana makes sense instead of defense. So like so here's the situation. Everybody is everybody is doing this. The assumption is you're going to roll a defense check. But if you want to do something off script and be creative, instead you can. Right in the next round, now maybe we're going through like the gas mines. Again, you
I
have to
see.
roll some other thing,
Yeah.
and then now the next one, like we have to navigate. So like maybe there's 3 or 4 rounds, and it targets like one of the 4
Yeah.
different stats.
I don't mind that. Yeah.
Okay,
Make it
and if
make it less like make it less. How do I use my best thing over and over again?
right,
Yeah.
right. So that part is more on rails, but you can still say
It is a little more on rails, but
I'm going to think. But that does make sense. Like you're in this part of Moria and you're escaping, and now you're in this other part
I
of Moria.
correct. Yep. And I will say, but that it potentially, requires a little bit more, work for the GM to either have that prepared or be able to come pull up something out of their butt, or
I
need some sort of
think
support or table for that.
if we had a table of all of these different things, so the GM, I as a GM, I can like roll my big die. Okay, I got a 1. We are in the falling rocks. So if we have like 20 different things of like
Yeah.
so you're escaping a dungeon.
Yeah.
You can roll that. And you can just tell them, all right, we're gonna have to use like so there's 10 skills and 4 stats and like other things. This thing you can use your initiative. This thing you can use your dexterity. So like maybe that could solve for it, and then everybody just makes that check.
Right.
Uh,
The the downside of it is that it can never. Sometimes it feels bad because you're removing the choice because now they have to make a dexterity check.
well, it's
Right.
this unless you have some other idea.
So
Right.
another option. So we could maybe take a little. We could take a page from Legend of the Five Rings here, which is that maybe the GM could be uh the GM could be what's the word I'm looking for? They could be not cagey, but like rather than come out and straight say this, the GM could elude or hint, right, that this is true.
Mhm.
But it might be that each of these challenges theoretically allows any skill, but that one stat gets advantage and one stat gets disadvantage in that
Okay.
environment. So if you make the right choice, you get advantage.
Mhm.
Even if that's not necessarily your best stat.
Yeah.
Like, for example, if your character was really, really good at Dex,
Mhm.
you might still want to roll Dex, even though you're getting disadvantage because, for you, it works out, better.
Yeah.
That's one
So
option.
like you're jumping from rock to rock, like the rocks are falling into the lava, and there's lava. You have to don't step the lava, or you just cast fly. You know, so
Sure.
you just succeed. Okay, well there you go, you succeed. You know.
Sure. Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, I think a lot of people, we were talking, I don't remember who was saying it, but they were talking about like the white room running away. I do think giving changes to the context from round to round makes it feel more like a montage, makes it feel like, a
Yeah.
vignette, series of vignettes, and it gives you something else to sort of grok upon. I guess the question is just how much detail do you want to go into it, right? Do you end up just creating like full ass stat blocks like you would, for monsters or tables and things of that nature and whatever. So,
I would
that's
rather, as the game designer, like prep a page. Here's a page of escape scenes, escape events, and here's a page of other events, and the GM can just like roll and say, "All right, everybody, this is what's happening in this room." So the GM can have an easy time, and the players can all like. So far, this is my favorite idea of like the escape slash chase things. It's
mhm,
straightforward. It's easy, like zero prep. Like if it's in the
right.
book, like you just, and then everybody can have an opportunity. Like it'll resolve quickly. Like roll 3 times on this table. Those are the 3 things that are happening. Everybody gets to
Mhm.
make a choice. Roll some dice. Like this doesn't really matter. Probably like we would just avoid this, but should be an open question till the very end. Um, I don't know that one's still a bit of an
Well,
open
the
question.
whoever's worst goes first is I think more important for the one round.
Yeah, yeah. That's true.
Yeah, like if you're making multiple rounds, I think that matters less. Um,
Yeah. Yeah,
I
that's true.
will say that if you don't do one, three is the magic number. But but like again, I think it's just a question of um, giving the players enough to bite into. What you need to
Yeah.
avoid more than anything else is the feeling that the players are just rolling a dice.
Yes. Yeah. Here's a situation. What are you doing to deal with it?
Right. Because if the choice is I'm rolling this die, oh, I guess I'm making this. I guess I'm making this skill check. I guess I'm making this skill check.
Yeah.
I guess I'm making this skill check. It doesn't. It just feels like a procedural thing. It basically when people talk about quote unquote bad combats, where it's like I attack the monster, he attacks you.
Yeah.
All right, I swing back at the monster, he swings back at you, and we're just kind of standing there to see who runs out of hit points first. We're not really making any decisions. We're just rolling dice to see what happens. Now, what I just described, by the way, is called craps. It's a game in Vegas, and people really love playing it. The difference is that you have money on the line,
There's
right?
not a
So,
story. The excitement is like I lose my house.
right, I lose my house, or I get to eat dinner for free tonight. And so that's the problem. The problem is that like it can be fun just to roll dice
Yeah.
if the stakes are high enough, right?
Yeah.
Like, and the stakes are consequential
What
enough.
what if it's this? Okay. Okay. So here, Derek. What about this? Okay, we're cooking. All right. So Derek, you roll a natural 20, and like my weakling guy, like I get an 8. And like, what if you could say, Evan, here, have my roll instead, and I'm
Hmm.
going to re-roll mine. But like, if I do that now, I have to re-roll. I can use the same skill, like my might skill, I'm really strong, but now I have to roll with disadvantage. It's like you can have my good roll, but I'm like you would have to roll again. Like you'd probably like you'd get a 9 plus 5 or whatever. Like you'd still succeed. It's like what if it's like a little bit of teamwork involved in the rounds? Like the 3 different players they roll. Like someone rolls a 3.
I would I would worry somewhat that it might feel a bit like quarterbacking, right? Where it's like, you know, my role doesn't matter because someone else is just gonna replace my role. I feel like we're just like think about it this way: the wizard rolled, the barbarian rolled, and now the wizard rolled, and the barbarian rolled, and then the barbarian rolled. So now we're just rolling 3 times instead of 2 times.
Yeah,
I guess what I'm trying to say is I like for dice rolls to matter.
yeah,
And I think the answer is not just like ignoring them or re-rolling them a lot. It's
hmm
rather it's accepting the consequence. The problem that most people have is that the dice rolls are too consequential,
hmm
and they instinctively go like, well, the players can't actually fail. Like they understand that like my entire adventure falls apart if the players can't get through this. They have to get through this. So you're bending over backwards trying to create a way for the players to avoid failure. And what I'm saying is that failure doesn't have to be this you know terminating game state.
yeah.
Instead, it can just be a series of costs and consequences,
Well,
right?
what I was
Um,
thinking, I was trying to think of a way to encourage teamwork rather than a
sure,
way to just obviate failure.
got it. Um, Great question. Uh, well, what is? I mean, let's call it what it is. What is teamwork in RPGs? Adding a bonus to a die.
Like,
Like, I mean,
well,
like,
it's like me, like it's like it's me setting you up to be able to do a cool thing
right,
that you couldn't do on your own.
right. The problem is that historically, and almost in every situation, action economies completely screw you over on this. Um, or it becomes a math problem, right? Where then it's like, hey, the best thing for us to do is to everybody to aid the guy that's really good at it.
Hmm.
Like I mean, I get there's altruistic people out there, but in my experience, it's never really fun. Like sucking so that somebody else cannot suck. I mean,
Yeah.
yes, there's an element to like helping out people. Like I'll give you an example. In the One Ring, you have each character has a currency called hope, and it represents how much
And fear.
faith and belief that you have. No, it's called shadow. It's how much whatever. And actually, that might be true in Daggerheart too. Actually, now that I think about it. But in the One Ring, if you want to help somebody, you have to spend a point of your hope to give them a bonus die when
Hmm.
they roll their dice pool. So it's a real choice. Now you still get to take your turn. You still get to do everything that you were going to do. It's a reaction. When someone goes to do their action, you can say, "I'm helping them. I'm spending one of my points of hope." And I'm going to give that to them. In fact, it's also noted because in the One Ring, if your hope becomes lower than your shadow, your character becomes miserable. You become depressed from the effect of the shadow. So you're like giving up something in order to help other people. So my stance on helping mechanics is always to be very, very careful with them, because if they're too free or they just basically take somebody else's turn, um, like I feel like they can be more harm than good.
Mhm. So I mean, what if there's just like an easy cost? Like you give up one of your hit dice, or you take a
So what?
wound in order to do this, maybe.
Yeah, I guess my question is, what is it that we're trying to avoid in this situation,
It's not like it might be that we're trying to avoid we're
or
trying
what's
to
the play
avoid.
pattern that you're trying to
Yeah.
create?
So I want to eliminate. So if this is the spectrum of play, like this is all the possible things that could happen, and then like these possibilities are just like strictly unfun. I want to maybe not eliminate them, but like push them down in the likelihood. So that's part of
So
it. But I also want to I want to give the players a bit of agency to deal with wrinkles, if that makes sense, at a cost. So it's just
okay,
it's an analog to defending and interposing. You can defend, but it costs you an action. You can interpose, but you take the damage. Right.
right,
So it's that.
yeah, yeah. Well, your action economy here is a little bit skewed, so I don't know that the defend idea works quite so well.
Right. Well,
Um,
like if the rocks are falling, like I'm holding my shield above your head and I'm taking the damage.
well, I mean, yeah, I mean, you could, right? Remember, this is supposed to be a generic challenge framework, right?
It
So
could
this
be.
could
Yeah.
also be like, it could be like finding the clue in the library in time.
I think that might be different. These might need to be a little bit more designed just for like
Mm,
20 things that 10 things that could happen when you're escaping a collapsing dungeon.
got it.
So yeah,
Um, yeah, no, I certainly appreciate the ability. Again, I appreciate the ability for people to make, choices and take hits for other people. And again, a lot of my favorite games use the ability for you to sort of spend your resources, like you mentioned, a hit dice to give somebody helping. Um, Advantage is a very big mechanic in these games, so that is something that can happen. Um, but the other thing to remember, though, is that as we defined it, failure isn't necessarily a problem, right? Like if we're jumping across we take a left turn and we come in and, oh my god, this cavern has already started to collapse and the floor is lava. And there's a couple of islands of basaltic rock, and we're having to leapfrog away as geysers of lava, and blarg monsters are coming out of the lava. We are used to thinking of like, oh, the wizard failed his check. So what does that mean? He fell into the lava and he died instantaneously, right? Like it's a very simulationist way of thinking of skill checks. Um, but instead, the wizard failing their skill check is the barbarian saving them from falling to lava.
gotcha. Okay. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Hmm.
And we're adding, and we add dice to the pool or whatever as a result of that. Now, again, I get that that's not everybody's cup of tea, but it's kind of like it's a way of sort of recontextualizing how we view those checks, because we're kind of creating this montage
Yeah. No, that
sequence.
makes sense.
Yeah, because like if you want to break it down to like, yeah, that check actually represents the problem where you're going to have to like build a map of the room, and players are going to have to like move
Yeah.
their minis and like
Yeah.
you're
No,
going
we,
to
we
be
don't
like,
want to
well,
do that.
that DC's, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, maybe I'm trying to solve a problem that doesn't need to be solved.
Possibly.
So if I make a table of 20 things that can happen as you're escaping a collapsing dungeon, and then at the end there could be like, here's what happens if they fail. And it's not TPK, it's something else. Something else bad that
Right.
happens. And if they succeed, well, they get out. That's good job. You got out.
Right.
So if we have that, and here's what happened, the adventure can continue even if they fail this skill challenge, then we don't really have to worry about failure as much.
Yeah. Correct.
Hmm. Okay.
Correct. And I mean, the other way to function it is like, you could have 3 scales, right? Where it's like, if you roll a 1, some sort of damage or condition occurs. If you roll a 2, some sort of nasty damage or condition occurs. If you roll 3 1s, it's basically like a TPK, even though it's not actually a TPK, if that makes sense. I'm reading chat. What happens when we roll 3 1s on the first round? The tunnel collapse? I mean, I guess it's the same question as saying, like, what would you do if the enemy, all 4 of the enemies crit on the first round and the party got taken out in the first round? I mean, it's a possibility.
It's not that. It's that crossing that room took us way longer than it should have. Like we are way behind,
Correct.
So like, right. So like the question isn't if you can do the thing, it's like how long does it take, or at what cost are you able to do this?
Somebody said I should look at Aegon.
I love that you not only know what that is and that you have it. I think that's cool.
Yeah, well, number one, I mean, I love John Harper, so the greatest game designer of all time.
Like I've never even heard of that. So
you've never heard of John Harper? Or you've never heard?
No, no. I've heard of John Harper, but not Aegon.
Okay, you got it. Look at Junderland Games using my using my soft move, hard move framework.
Okay. Yeah, I like where I am with the dungeon stuff, and I like where I am with the NPC negotiation kind of thing. And I think for chase scenes, there just won't be chase. There maybe isn't going to be like mechanics for it so much as just if we provide some framework of like, here's 20 things that can happen as you're chasing someone, or as you're being chased, or here's 20 things that happen when you're escaping a collapsing dungeon, or what. Like if we give a few of those, then people can make their own chase scenes, and it's going to avoid the white room problem. It's going to avoid the it's going to avoid a lot of the problems that we've been talking about, I think.
Yes, I think that does solve a lot of issues. I think it's going to be a much more better buy-in for a lot of people. It's going to be easier for other people. It gives them something to grok on, but it does require more work, right? Because you need to have that table, and you need to have that.
I'm fine with
ideas.
If it takes me, like, if the cost is like a week of work for me, but it's fun and easy and all of it, like all the benefits for the people playing, we'll do that. Like that is the ideal option, right? Like making
now,
250 monsters is a lot of work, but like if that makes yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, if you want to be less helpful, but more okay, let me first say less helpful specifically and more helpful generically.
Yes, that wouldn't be bad.
Okay. There is in the One Ring. There is, and I opened up Moria instead. In the One Ring, when your characters go on a journey, you roll for what's called a journey event. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you roll a d12, and the result of the journey event depends on what you roll in the d12. A 1 being the worst, a 12 being the best.
As it
and this represents an overland journey, right? And the events are for any terrain or any journey. But the events are in order from worst to best.
Mm-hmm.
Terrible misfortune, despair, ill choices, a mishap, a shortcut, a chance encounter, a joyful sight. So what they did in the One Ring is instead they created this sort of really generic template. Now it doesn't specifically say a joyful sight is, oh, you come across a group of elves in the wilderness, or you're in the lands of the Shire, and somebody's birthday, you come across a birthday party, and they say, hey, why don't you join us, friend and traveler, and share some stories of the road. It leaves it up to the GM to how to interpret what does despair mean in the context of your journey and this particular journey. But it's a much more generic set of events rather than being specific to a collapsing dungeon. you know.
Yeah, so it could
So
be like you roll a die and you get like something that challenges your initiative, something that challenges your
correct,
defense or your woods.
right,
Or like,
and it is
I think
asking
that's
the
cool.
GM, and it is asking the GM to, I know that's it's not very popular, but it is asking the GM to put on their thinking cap and be a little creative, you know. That's I like that saying from Nit. Evan interposes for new GM so he can make the chase table for them.
That's
You know, I
exactly
love
it.
that.
Yeah, yeah.
That's exactly right. That's
But
good.
as Derek is saying though, like I would rather like teach a man to fish rather than just like have people reliant on it. So like I
Then just give
include
them fish. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, I include the tables. Here's a bunch of monsters, but here's how to build your own monsters also. So
Yeah.
I would like to have both. I think having both would be great. Yeah,
But I think that's more
knit
than
wins.
anything. I think at the end of the day, it's hard to create these things and have them be very discreet. I think you need to keep them flexible and open. But I think what that means is creating frameworks that
Yes.
allow the GM a way to convert the player's descriptions and
Yes.
to convert the fiction that is going on in the game into meaningful mechanical consequences. That's the
That
key. It's that framework.
that's my goal. If I didn't
Yep.
communicate that is the goal to have a framework
Yep.
to do this and not just do this.
Yep.
Yes, so that the GM doesn't have to like make it up as they go. But
One of
I
these days,
think the right thing is like just like you're saying, like have the monster tables so they can do their own
yep.
thing, but also to
Yeah,
include
yeah.
like and here's examples of them.
Yep, and I think that's a great way of doing. I mean, that's how Daggerheart does it. You know, they've got like all these environments, but they don't have every environment. They just have a bunch of examples and stuff like that.
Derek
Yes,
likes to try and teach why we fish.
teach why we fish.
What is fish?
What is fishing?
What even is fish?
Right, and
Food, when you think about it.
And is it okay to be a pescatarian? And why is fish not a meat in the Western Church tradition? Like, right, you know, just going into these like lengthy descriptions.
Just teach me how to tie the fish hook.
Right, exactly. That's for other YouTube channels. Okay, other YouTube channels go like, here are 3 ways to tie your fishing hook better. Right, that's everybody else's.
Oh, that's so fun.
I love fish.
Yeah, I think we got there, Derek. I think we got there.
Yes, no, and that works out well because it's already 3:00. So
yeah, you've got to get to racquetballing.
I do. But yeah, no, I mean, obviously, I was, of course, you can always DM me and ping me, and I'm happy to come on these shows more often. I know you're always inviting me, but whenever I'm up catching you, it's like I'm out and about. Like I'm like waiting
no,
in
I'm on the
line
toilet.
at like the grocery store. Yeah, no, like I'm at the grocery store. Or I'm like waiting in line at like Starbucks or whatever, and like I'm like, I don't really. It'll be a little weird to get on my phone, you know.
Like I only watch YouTube like when I'm sitting at my desk at my computer, basically. So like I don't use my phone for that kind of stuff. So like I just assume like, oh yeah, you're. Yeah, so
no, yeah, like 80% of my YouTube is unfortunately through my phone. But
okay,
like I try to avoid being like online, like sitting in front of a desk until like later in the evening. Like the daytime is for like getting outside and doing stuff and trying to be, whatever I do. Especially because I got the whole like unemployed thing. So like it's easy to just be like, I didn't leave the house today. So I try to like I try to stay active and try to be.
Got to see the sun every now and then.
Right. Well, and I don't have kids and relationships and anything else that would actually distract me. The only thing I have is YouTube, is my people, is my channel.
That's not nothing. That's not nothing.
No, it's not nothing. No, they're a good group of they're a good group of people.
Yeah.
No, I think I like. I mean, the debate. Obviously, I love the idea of the tension dice system from like a dungeon encounter. I mean, that's why I was talking about that whole system.
Yeah.
Really the whole point of that conversation that I had on Saturday is that isn't how old school D&D does it. And if I'm making a mega dungeon for old school D&D, is it inappropriate for me to do something like that, right?
Yeah.
And,
no, I think you're right that each one of these things has a different curve that feels fun and appropriate for the thing that you're doing. And if you try to apply the wrong tool, then it's gonna feel wrong. It's not gonna be fun. It'll be bad.
Yeah, I mean, your philosophy, which I think is a good one, is obviously people will say like, well, hey, I could hammer that nail in with the back end of a screwdriver, right? But if you do use the right tool, it is easier, and it is you're more likely to do it again because it was like, oh, that was great. That went together really well.
I'll never do that
and
again.
so there, Yeah, whereas if you try to, use the wrong tool, you could be very frustrating and you might find your progress very stymied and you're like, I don't get it. How is it so easy for everybody else? And it's like, well, you weren't using the right tool. So tools can be important. Now, the downside is that tools usually come with an increased cost. You have to learn how to use them, et cetera, et cetera. So, how do you make a tool, but then also make it worthwhile, the investment to get it and learn how to use it. So 15 insight, I know you're kind of a little late here, but what if the goal of the chase is to avoid a certain number of failures? The problem with that 15 insight is then if you're bad at those mechanics, you feel like you're only letting the team down. That's why, I mean, 4th edition D&D did that, and it was pretty much considered an abject failure. Like, if you were bad at, like the skill challenge system just didn't work because it was just like, it really incentivized everybody to pass unless you were really likely to succeed, which was the downside,
Yeah, just avoiding failure doesn't help you feel heroic, I think.
Correct. Right. I mean, simulationist, it makes sense, right? Like, for example, there's a deadline looming and you need people to get stuff done right away, right? You don't want to bring Derek onto your team. That's only going to hurt you, right? Like, you would say, like, let me call up Steven Glicker, let me call up Mark Sider, let me call up Evan Diaz, let me call people who know how to get stuff done. Derek, no. Like, but in a D&D table, being told, you suck at this, go sit in the corner and wait for, the rest of us cool kids to finish is really, really not fun.
No,
we
have to include everybody.
Yeah, we have to include everybody and make you feel good about it. In fact, one of the big changes of D&D over the last 20, 30 years is the idea that everyone is good at combat. That wasn't the truth back in the day, believe it or not. Thieves were not rogues. Okay, thieves weren't these like, I'm a cool shadow assassin and I can, No, thieves were like D4 hit points. They didn't wear armor and they were good at like picking locks. They weren't these like, I'm a stealth combat master. No, like they sucked at combat. Wizards sucked at combat. They didn't have infinite cantrips. They had like 2 or 3 spells a day and they were like they had no hit points. They had just as few hit points as the thief, right? So in theory, fighting wasn't something for everybody. Fighting was for the fighter. The other parts of the game were for other parts of the game. But one of the things that has happened is that now everyone's good at combat. Everyone's designed to function in combat. And that's another reason why combat is very popular, is because everyone goes, hey, cool, we all are good at this and we can all participate, and it feels very rewarding and feels very meaningful. Whereas, you were mentioning before, oh, we're talking to somebody, well, my charisma's not good and we have a bard, so I guess I'm just going to check the fuck out. That's not a good,
I'm gonna go get some lunch, guys.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good place to be. I don't think that, I know that I don't want to, like, I'm not saying that like we have to like appease the ADHD all the time, like we can't leave anybody alone for 5 minutes. But if you want to do anything with any sort of mechanical depth and complexity, I think it's beneficial to try to include everybody as you can.
Yep.
John says, being told I suck at something is just a normal day for me. I don't want that in my RPGs.
Yeah. I can be not good at talking to people all day in my normal life.
Correct. Yeah. So, that's right. Cool.
Derek, thank you so much. I really appreciate you coming on and helping out. I think I definitely have a solid direction, and importantly, directions not to go.
Yeah, I feel like I only slowed you down. Like, normally, like, Evan would be on for 3 hours. He's like, I've written 5,000 words. We've gotten 40 monsters done, 7 layouts. I've also taught you all how to use Photoshop. And meanwhile, he does a 3-hour stream with Derek, and it's like, where are we at? We have more questions than answers.
No. I got an answer. Like, you're being humble. I really appreciate your wisdom, and like, I was definitely barking up the wrong tree with the chase things, and I think finding that out in just like an hour is much better than me spending like 5 hours or 10 hours like developing it and trying to fix it. I don't want to polish a turd.
I will. All right, fair enough. I will say, only with the caveat that just remember that there's an asterisk on all of my opinions, which is, these may not represent the thoughts and opinions of the majority of the RPG audience / the people who backed and paid for your
No,
game.
I'm not too concerned about that. I have a pretty good sense of like what I enjoy, at least, and that's always been my guiding light.
And I think that is the right, ultimately, that is the right light to follow, right? Which is like, I have a vision and I can only stay true to that. And if you dig that and you trust that, then cool. And if it's not, then
come along for the ride.
That's cool too.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's okay too. But at the
Yep.
very least, you can appreciate my lengthy and extensive RPG collection.
Yes. Yes. Well, again, I appreciate you guys. If you don't know Derek's channel, Knights of the Last Call, it's fantastic. I feel like it is like a college level course, like a college level lecture every single time he streams something. You don't always know where it's going to go,
No,
but it's going somewhere, and
no,
you will learn something. You'll definitely learn
yes.
something. So I personally have subscribed to his Patreon, and I don't know that there's been a single stream yet that I haven't learned something valuable on. So definitely check
There
out
you
his
go.
channel.
Now, to be clear, sometimes it's diamonds in the rough. Like sometimes you gotta stick in there and dig in for 90 minutes before you get something valuable. But
But it's
we did get
there.
around to something. It's there if you're willing to do the work. But I appreciate it, Evan.
Yep. All right, Derek. Thank you so much, everybody. If you guys want to stick around and hang out for a bit, we'll keep doing some more development. But I know you got to
Cool,
go.
cool.
So
Yeah, I was like, I gotta. He's like, Derek's got to go, and this is great because now I can actually get some stuff done. All right, guys.
no,
See ya.
see ya. All right. Thank you so much, Derek. Okay, so that was very very good. That was exactly what I was hoping for. All right, guys. So now we can now now we can get to work. Um, all right. Yeah, big thank you to Derek. If you guys haven't checked out his channel, I will have a link down later for that. I'll stick a link in the comments or the description so you guys can find his channel easily. Okay, so where do we end up? Where do we end up? So I want to. All right, I've got to fix things again. Okay. So I really like my social encounter skill challenge, and actually let's go to the desk. And I don't feel like I gave it a good description, like with all the back and forth. So I want to sort of show you guys like what it would feel like to have like a social encounter with the system that like the rough draft system that I've come up with so far. Okay. So whenever you make, so we'll go to face. We'll just chat for a little bit. Okay. So whenever you make an offer to an NPC, to respond to, you roll their social dice. So rather than me as a GM saying like, yes, they like this, no, they don't like this, you roll on the social dice. Okay, and that might not be what it's called or whatever, but the NPC is going to roll. Okay, and you'll roll this in front of everybody else. And when you've rolled a number of ones equal to their patience, then their patience runs out, and the interaction is over. And the heroes, you don't get what you want. Okay, so for instance, and the numbers are not final yet, of course. But let's say if you have an ally, maybe their patience is 3, right? Or maybe like, again, just for instance, maybe their patience is 3, and then a friend, maybe their patience is 2, and then like someone who's unfriendly or hostile, maybe their patience is 1. So like you can only you get one chance to mess up with certain people. Okay. Okay. So if so let's just go to the desk. Let's go to the desk. All right. So for instance, once what and if the heroes, so we'll go back to here. I'm trying to organize how to say what I'm how to say what I want to say. So if the heroes, if you go all the way through and completely wear out someone's patience, then the encounter ends, and they downgrade from. So if for instance they were here, if they were neutral, they downgrade from neutral to unfriendly. Or if they're an ally, like say you're talking with Marla Homebrew, and maybe let's say she's starting out as friendly, she downgrades to neutral. And next time you talk to her, maybe her prices cost more, she's not as kind to you, or like whatever, whatever that means in your story. But there are consequences to wearing out someone's patience. So once the heroes wear out an NPC's patience, the relationship downgrades 1 step. Okay. So if it was a friendly encounter, it's like, okay, well, look at the time. I must be going. If it was a hostile encounter, then maybe combat begins, as soon as their patience wears out. Okay, so those are the kinds of things that we're talking about. Let me get this back always on top. There we go. Yeah, like strikes in baseball. Great way to put that, John. Yeah, great way to put that. So, how many strikes until you're out? Okay. So what does this look like? I want to show you. So if you're asking like an NPC, hey, I have something to sell. Can you buy it for me? Or hey, can I purchase can I purchase some of your wares? Like the NPC, like you don't need to make you don't need to do all of this. They'll just say yes. Okay. Oh, sure. Like where's the closest bathroom? Oh, it's over there. But if you ask about something that's secret or embarrassing, or if something like that, then it shouldn't just be like a yes or no kind of thing. There's some sort of gradient here. Okay. Um, so I want to give the example of in the GM guide when you're doing the adventure the adventure series of Garden of Death in here. So let's say in adventure one, when you're doing the tiny rescue, or the second one, I as GM I could say the innkeeper Marla, she looks like she has something she wants to say, but maybe she's conflicted, or she's afraid. You're not sure. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. But it looks like she wants to say something. So you give the players that clue, and maybe they run with it, maybe they don't. But if they do, they might say, okay, well, is everything okay? Is there anything additional that you want to tell us, Marla? And then she might say, yeah, you know what? I let a person stay here against my better judgment. It was a wizardly type, a froglin, and his name was Green Thumb. Okay, and I let him stay here as against my better judgment. So just by default, like people, we tend to give the minimal amount of information that's least likely to get us in trouble. Okay, but if the players persist, they say, well, what do you mean? What do you mean against your better judgment? What was it about him that what was it about him that gave you pause? Now you would roll her social die. So her social die is a d8, just sort of picking one of them randomly. So you'd roll it, and we roll a 1. And she's so since her patience is 3, maybe that goes down 1. She's like, I really, I'm not comfortable, this and this and this. Okay, and you would roll again. But like let's just sort of keep going. So like they'd have to they couldn't just ask again. They'd have to maybe make a skill check or persuade her in some other way, and you could roll again. But let's say they roll a 4. Okay. So it's a success. Okay, so she's willing. So they roll a 4. She's willing, or 6 or whatever. She's willing to give the information. Okay, but each bit of information, like the deeper they go, the harder it is to get more out of her. So the next time she asks, so she says, "Well, it was against my better judgment. I heard some suspicious noises coming from his room, and I know I should have told someone, but I didn't tell anybody." Suspicious noises, like, well, what are you talking about? Suspicious noises. All right, let's see if she tells you. Okay, we have a 7 and a 3. Well, it sounded like dark, like arcane noises, and it seems like she wants to tell you more, but she stops herself. Come on, Marley, you're killing us. Tell us what's going on. And one of her deal breakers, one of her things that makes her upset is rude, like someone being rude. So maybe like she would think that's rude, and instead of adding just 1 die, maybe you would add 2 dice to it. So as a GM, I would just communicate that to her, like, oh, she seems kind of offended by that rude comment. Let's see, and I would just show them like I'm adding 2 die to the pile. Let's see if she's willing to continue this conversation. She is. She does seem offended, but she tells you that they were arguing in Goblin. Okay, and then And as a GM, I would say like, hey, you have started to wear down her patience. If you wear her patience out completely, she's going to end the conversation, and she's going to be less pleasantly disposed toward you the next time you talk to her. Okay. So now the players can choose to push forward, or they can say, okay, we got enough. We don't want to press her, beyond what we think is reasonable. And they can see the odds. They can like roughly estimate the odds of what's going to happen. But maybe someone says, Marla, this is for the safety of the, sorry about sounding rude. This is for the safety of the town. We really want to get to the bottom of this. Like, you're not going to be in trouble. We want to protect you and your lovely business and your kids and all this. So instead of adding a die, maybe I would remove a die instead, because we're talking about one of her wants. Like, she's really worried about the safety of Maryvale. Okay, so now we're gonna roll these 3 die, and we'll see if okay. So like, now she says, "This is everything I know. I promise you, this is everything I know." He mentioned Deathbriar. I don't know what it means. Don't ask me anything more. He mentioned the Deathbriar, and I know I should have told somebody. I'm so sorry, and et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so you've uncovered all the information that Marla knows, but you were able to sort of push your luck. You're able to sort of press her patience, and you're able to uncover this through a relatively quick process. But the GM didn't really have to decide so much. It's not like up to GM fiat. It's like, these are the things that Marla likes. These are the things that she doesn't like. This is her patience. And like, these, everybody can see, like, this is how many dice you're rolling. And I would say, as a GM, if you roll a 1, like, her patience is going to start to run out. And if you're rolling a bunch of dice, like, if you roll multiple 1s, like, you could say something so offensive that like you get multiple 1s, right? So I think it's a really cool mechanic to where, like, oh, I know she has 3 patience. Like, we could push recklessly forward. Like, no, you could just roll 3 1s. Like, this could be like the end of the conversation, right? So do you publicly disclose their patience meter, or you mention when the group hits the 1 roll remaining mark? Yeah, I could. Just like, players should know, like, when the dragon is getting lower on hit points, or like the dragon is bloodied. Now that the dragon is bloodied, like, he gets this new ability, or it's dropped at 0 hit points. Like, it is at death's door. It is dying. It's going to be extremely like, you could, I like, if it would help. I'm not sure. I'm still thinking about that. So if they touch on one of the NPC's cares, or if they make a good argument, or if they give you a good skill check. So like, so for instance, one of these roles could just be replaced. Like, if you have, Bartle McBard, who's super duper influential, like, can I just make an influence check? Sure. And he rolls his 18 and, adds his plus 12. Like, you don't have to roll on these dice. So like, you can replace one of these rolls with a skill check if you wanted to. But the point is, it wouldn't just be skill checks. So it's not just, okay, the bard gets to talk, and the barbarian is just whispering in his ears, like, okay, now tell her this. Like, no, the berserker or the hunter, like, they can actually engage in the conversation without needing to have a high influence check. But this guy with a high influence check can just like automatically succeed, or like more reliably succeed on this kind of thing. Feels like you're describing Draw Steel but with extra steps. Maybe. Like, I have the Draw Steel book, and maybe I need to read it. But it could be like, there's only so many ways to like simulate a negotiation or that kind of thing. I haven't read it yet, so it could be like, maybe that's the case, Paul. So I would take that as a compliment. I mean, maybe not the like extra steps thing, but I would take it as a compliment. I think Matt and James and Casso and the other people who worked on it are like brilliant. But I do like the idea of the further you push, the deeper you go, the more risky it is, and that the players know that. I do like that. Okay, so let me give you one more example, maybe 2 more examples. So you're negotiating a price of a shield with Tom Greenfield at Greenfield Provisions, and you just ask him, you're like, hey, can I just have it for free? And even if your bard rolls like a natural 20 on this, like I feel like that's the kind of thing like you wouldn't be able to just like convince someone of something that big just because you're really charismatic. So this would be a situation where it would be like a little bit of a back and forth. So let's say you do roll a natural 20. The response wouldn't be like, okay, sure. It would be like, well, how about 10 gold off? And then you can roll, since he, then you might roll a d8. Okay, how about free? Like maybe you'd say something else, but you can keep pushing, and maybe instead of d8s, maybe these would be a d6. Okay. Can you do any better? Okay, sure. How about 20 gold off? Can you do any better? And you maybe say something else, and you roll 2 dice now, and he says, look, I've already given you 20 gold off the thing. Take it or leave it. And you could risk pushing it further again because he has 2 patients instead of 3, or instead of 1 or 3. So if you push further and you roll another 1, then you just say, never mind, forget it. Deals off, like I don't even want to sell it to you at full price anymore. Get out of my shop. Or you can roll. And say, okay, fine. How about half off? 40 gold off. Really, that's the best I can do. That's the best I can. So like you can keep pushing it. You can keep pushing your luck to see how you are pushing your luck toward a conclusion, good or bad. Right, and the more you push, the more risky it gets. That's what I'm getting at. That's what I like. So would the influence skill not be used at all? No, it could be used. You could replace any one of those. So like you could replace any one of those with an influence skill, and if you do well, then you wouldn't have to roll. But if you do poorly, if you fail whatever the DC, then that would count as like you're wearing down his patience, maybe. So you could still use your skills or your abilities or whatever, but it's that kind of interaction isn't limited to someone with a good. No, I haven't seen. Feel free to repost any messages that I missed because I wasn't able to keep up the chat all the way. So no, feel free to flood the chat. So on a system where we can encourage people who are good at that skill and reward them for being good at the skill, like with basically auto successes or more likely to succeed. But it shouldn't be just influence checks and just the one guy who's best at, like, oh, I have a +7. Oh, I have a +8. Okay, well, I guess you do it. So I want to avoid that, but I want to include people who are not as good in it. And I don't want every check. I don't want like 1,000 checks. Okay, so I don't want it to just constantly be, okay, we're rolling a d20, and as long as you can roll above a 15, he'll just keep tolerating you. Like that I feel like that's not how people work. It should be something, and maybe it doesn't end up being this, but it should be something that I think progressively gets more challenging. When the design is more set in stone, will you add limits to the max number of dice in the pool? Possibly. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Maybe mixing the dice helps expand that limit. Yeah, and maybe it's maybe that's the case. So like, so for the first die, you're trying to convince Tom Greenfield to to let you have the shield for free. Maybe you say like, I'm going to be using the shield to protect you guys from the goblins. Blah 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 blah. Okay, so I'm going to add a D12 to the pool. So you're like, he doesn't love what's happening, but like you do make a good argument, right? Or what if someone says like, "You better do this, or I'm going to smash you over the head." Like, all right, I'm going to add a D4 to the pool, right? So maybe it's something like that. So there's benefits. There's benefits and drawbacks to that. You have more fine-tuned control on that design knob, but at the same time, it gets more fiddly, right? So the more control you have over something design-wise, the more fiddly it gets also. There's more to keep track of. This might not be too bad, but it's something you want to be careful of. Okay, yeah. Maybe you only use influence to reroll. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Maybe you could use it to reroll. Maybe not. But I did really like this idea. So you meet Krog, the Goblin Chieftain, and if you talk with him instead of just fighting him right away, then he will reveal use. He will give you useful information. I really like that rather than just fighting right away. Like sometimes that's fine, but I'd like to reward people who are more thoughtful and take the world seriously, as Derek was saying. So like it's like maybe like getting to the bottom of what Marlowe was hiding takes 5 checks. Maybe getting to this being free is like 4 checks. Okay, so yeah, I know I have 5 here, but maybe it'd be 4 checks. And maybe getting to the bottom of this is just 3, right? Because not everything has to take forever. Like I wouldn't expect you to hold a long heart-to-heart conversation, to have a long heart-to-heart conversation with like the bad guy. But if you can get through like rolling, if you get through rolling a d4, okay, it didn't roll a 1. We'll do it again. I didn't roll a 1. If you can keep him talking just a little bit longer, then I'm gonna give you guys advantage on initiative. You trick him into talking so long that he's caught monologuing, right? Like it's sort of like one of the fantasy tropes. Like you almost caught him monologuing. Maybe I'd give like one person advantage on initiative, like just to sort of incentivize, to teach them like, okay, like whoever was like doing the most, trying to get him involved in it. Something like that to add a little bit of interest and wrinkles to things. I'm keenly aware of, is this too much? But at the same time, I feel like this is something that is cool, and this kind of framework would be useful to me as a GM to know how to resolve some of these situations beyond just a single skill trick that's pass fail. And like, oh, I know the bard can just always succeed, so I'm going to give him like a super high, like 24 DC. But like that doesn't feel like the right way to handle the mechanics. Like, oh, there's a bard, he's got plus 12, so I know if it's not at least 20, like he's basically always going to succeed. That doesn't feel like the right mechanic. I feel like that bard who's so charismatic, he could just like automatically succeed once. And then like, and now what happens? Right. Yeah. Super high DC is just fiat. Yeah, it's like a nice way to say no. But it's sort of cheating. Like, all right, I rolled a 19 plus 12. Like, oh, I got a 31 or whatever. Oh, no, DC was 32. Sorry. What? Yeah. Influence can determine the starting die size, and it goes up or down. Maybe I feel like the starting die size is determined by the NPC. Like if it's a neutral NPC, maybe it's an 8. If it's like, unfriendly, it's a D6. If they are like hostile, D4. Right? And if they're friendly, it's a D10. And if they're an ally, it's a D12. Like I feel like something like that feels pretty good. I feel like something like that feels pretty good, and I'd have to math it out a little bit. So long story short, I'm pleased with the social encounters stuff. I'm not sold on it yet. But with the dungeon encounters thing, I think I'm convinced that is the right way to do things. The dungeon encounters, where each time you enter a new room, or each time the dungeon spends a turn, it increases its dice, and you have a dice pool, and whenever you roll a 1, there's a combat encounter or some sort of encounter, and the number of ones you roll determines the difficulty or challenge of that encounter. I think that is perfect. I think that is perfect. What we do with luck or not, I'm not sure, but I think this idea, at least, I think this does exactly what I want it to do. And then when you have an encounter, all the dice go away and you start back at 1. That feels perfect to me. Just the exact kind of curve where the players can see and feel the tension rising. And maybe it starts with D8s again. Maybe it starts with D8s. So you have 2 steps down and 2 steps up. That feels about right to me. That really does feel about right to me. Sixes can, so like I want to be very careful. Like that's a cool idea, cool mechanic, but I want to be careful about having too many things. Like, oh, here's the rule. But this. Oh, but that. But this. Like, oh, you rolled a 1, but there's a 6, and here's this. Like, if there's a rule, it should be the rule. If there's exceptions, they should. I don't know. I want to avoid having too many steps. If you roll a 1, you get an encounter. Like that's easy enough. Every time you roll, you add another one. Okay, that makes sense. That's easy enough. Like you can say it in one breath. Yeah, want it to stay nimble. Yeah. So I'd love to be able to just say like the players make the case, and then I'd say, all right, let's see what Marla thinks. Yeah, she reveals the next thing. You didn't roll a 1. She reveals the next thing. Oh, come on, Marla. Yeah, give us more information. Okay, sure. And they can see me add a die to the pool. Let's see what she thinks. She did not like that. Okay. You can tell, like, you are pushing about as hard as you can. Her 3 patience went down to 1. Maybe you don't say that, but she is just about ready to. She's just about ready to give up, and you risk ruining your friendship if you push any further. You might be able to get more out of her, but you are going to risk ruining your friendship. Do you want to push further? And they could say yes or no, if they want that last bit of information, and then if they do, okay, well, let's see what happens. This is over. Leave. You can't stay here tonight. Blah 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 blah. Like you can say that because the players they knew what they were getting into, and I think that is really, really cool. Like that feels very cinematic. And as I was playing it through by myself yesterday, I could feel the cinema of it. I could feel like it felt correct. So it needs a little bit of tweaking, a little bit around the edges. Dungeons is good. I think a little bit of tweaking there, but that is good. So dungeons is where like you start with 1 and you gain more, and then it all comes crashing down and you start over. For people, you can't just like, oh, you remember that conversation we were having like 2 minutes ago? Let's pick that back up. Like, so with people, you start with 1, it goes more, and then it comes crashing down. It's over, right? So dungeons, it's sort of like a curve. It goes up and crashes down, it goes up and crashes down. But for people, it just goes up once, and like, where on this line are you going to stop? How much are you going to push your luck? If you push too far and it comes crashing down, you're going to ruin your friendship, or you're going to make an enemy. He's going to attack you. This guy who is hostile, he will just attack you. And maybe like if you push it too far, like maybe he gets advantage on initiative, or like maybe you get disadvantage. Like there's cool things you can do with that. He caught you talking too long. I'll have to math it out, but that feels pretty close to right. That feels pretty close to right. And let me show you guys some of the math. So let's take a look at the math, and then I'll wrap it up in just a minute. Let's take a look at the math. Here. So this is the dungeoneering numbers. Yeah. Maybe she's a sweetheart, if you just want to give it to the heroes, that's fine. So like this is for like when there's information that is embarrassing, like she doesn't want to reveal it. If she wants to reveal it, just tell him. Yeah, like I do see her as a real sweetheart too. But like if there's something she wants to tell you, like she will just tell you. Like you don't need to do all this. But this is like when the heroes want something and the NPCs want something else, right? So how do we do that? Have you tried Yahtzee? Will you start off with about? I've probably played lots of Yahtzee before, like 20 or 30 years ago, or more. I don't know. Okay. So this is a calculator. It's a spreadsheet that calculates So to me, starting with D6s felt pretty good, but I want to see what starting with D8s feels like. Yeah, Dr. D. Hart, Derek did leave yet. He has a racquetball appointment. Okay, so die size. So let's say the die size is 6, and the die size here is 8. Number of dice, 1, 1, 1. Okay, so on a D4, obviously you have a 75% chance to, 25% chance to hit a 1, 16%, and 12%. Okay, so let's change all of these to D6s, just so I can see D6, number of dice, 3, number of dice, 3, 2. Okay, so what do all these numbers mean? So this is the chance of rolling a 1. This is a chance of rolling 1 for 2 dice. This is a chance of rolling 1 across 3 dice. And then this is the cumulative chance of rolling a 1. Or there's a cumulative chance of succeeding, of not rolling a 1 across all of these dice, all of these numbers. Okay. So with D6s, the chance of not rolling a 1 across 3 rounds is about 1/3. That feels good. That feels pretty right to me. So you could push to a 3rd round and not and have a decently good chance of not hitting a 1. That feels right. Okay, so let's change these to 8. 8, 8, and 8. Okay, so with 8s, you're still across 3 rounds. You are most likely going to get at least 1 1, but you're less likely than so that does actually feel not bad also. Okay, so let's do some rolls here. Let's do a non-scientific sample. So 3, so that's 6 dice. Okay, so we'll just roll 6 d8s a few times. Let's roll 6 d8s a few times. Okay, no 1s. No 1s. Okay, so we're on the less likely side. No 1s. No 1s. Are we very lucky or what, guys? Okay, so we got 1 1. Okay, so the okay. And I know I shouldn't look at like just my subjective experience here across like 10 rolls, but this does sort of give us the idea of feel. Okay, so across like what, 8 rolls, we've got 2 1s so far, and we should have gotten like many more. Okay, so 3 1s across 10 rolls. 11. So 4 across 12. 5. So 5 across 15. Yeah. I don't know. So for me, the numbers look good. The numbers look good, but rolling it felt a little bit too permissive. The issue with D8s is that it's perhaps too unlikely to roll multiple 1s at once. Yes, that is part of it. So if we go to our dice roller with D8s, how many dice? Let's roll 6 dice. At least 1 die. Okay, yeah. So that's why I made this thing. So with this, I can calculate if I'm rolling D8s. So I can just calculate here. So the chance of rolling 2 1s is 1.6 with 2 dice. The chance of rolling 2 1s with 6 dice, or 5 dice, what is it? Okay. So like I'd have to roll 5 or 6 dice That does make sense. Hmm. If they like you, start with 5d6. If you don't get a match, it will go down. I'm not sure what that means. It will go down. Like if you don't get a match. I don't know what if you don't get a match means, and I don't understand what it will go down means. Do you have next time you roll 4d6? Yeah. I mean, this thing wouldn't be happening often, maybe once per session. So this is something that's happening a lot. So it's okay if like, oh, let me borrow another d6. And the players would be rolling the dungeon dice. The players would be rolling those, the d6s for the dungeon dice. Yeah. But I think the GM would be rolling, since the GM is controlling the NPCs. The GM would roll the NPCs. I think 6 is all right. Let's do one more unscientific, non-scientific test. just to see how it feels. We'll go to 20. Okay, we'll go to 20. All right, so we've got 6. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, we've got okay. 4, 5. Okay, so we've got 4 out of 5 now have rolled 1s. 6, 7, 8. Okay, all right. So we obviously have a lot of variance here. So we rolled like 7 times, and 6 of those we got 1s, and then on this one we got 2 1s. So maybe d8s are okay. So I mean, you should trust the math rather than your subjective experience with these kinds of things. So maybe that is okay. Because once we get to so by the 3rd time you tried, you're up to 6 dice. By the 4th time you tried, you're up to what? 6. Well, you're up to 10 dice. So the odds of rolling a 1 across 10 dice is the odds of rolling a 1 is like 73%. So it's very, very high. What if it is a d6? Number of dice 10. Yeah. Yeah. So if I imagine, so like how many rounds of rolling these social dice, how many rounds of rolling these social dice do I think are going to happen? I feel like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, too much. 3, 4, 5 feels about right. So by round 5, okay. So let's go here. So by round 5, we would have rolled 15 dice, right? 15 dice, and we want to have, let's say this is against a friendly target. So by round 5, we would have rolled 15 dice, and in order to wear out someone's 3 patience, we would only have a 30% chance of yeah, so so if we do it this way, the number of the amount of patience should be much lower. So like maybe someone would either have like 1 patience or 2. Maybe someone would have like 1 patient. Like the assumption is that they just have 1 patience. The first one, is done. Maybe that's the assumption. Then D8s feel better. And if they're an ally, maybe they'll have 2 patience with you. So if we only need to hit 2 ones, then yeah, you are pushing your luck. You should, like, there's a good chance you can succeed to round 5, but you're more likely you're going to wear out their patience before you get there. That feels correct. Friendly, neutral, hate, maybe. Yeah, so if we go here, that does feel correct. That does feel correct. I will say that much. So ally or friendly. So let's go. But if it's friendly, get 3. If it's hostile, get 1 chance. If it's neutral, you get 2 chances. That does feel correct. That feels more correct. So if we're going to do that, then we'll increase this to 3. We'll probably have to have D6 be the default then. Okay, so let's go to D6 15. D6 15. Oh, I can't calculate that. What makes sense for enemies? Yeah, allies should be willing to put up with you. Like, it would be more, if Derek was here, he'd say it would be more simulationist if ally had, +4 and hostile had 0, and but I don't want to have too much to remember, so I want to flatten it a little bit. But like, if you insult a friend, they'll go neutral, but if you insult an ally, they're still your friend, right? So the number doesn't have to move it. So if you insult an unfriendly person, they'll go hostile, but if you insult a hostile guy, they'll attack you, right? So I feel like rather than changing the dice, maybe they'll just all be D6s. Anytime you're messing with these dice pools, it's just always a D6. Maybe that's it. So everything doesn't need a design knob. Everything doesn't need a design knob. Some things can just be like, this is just what it always is. When you're making a skill check, you just always roll a D20. When you're doing dice pool stuff, you just always roll D6s. That would make a lot of things easier. If no patience was activated, they go from neutral friend. No, I wouldn't say so. It's like if you just say hi and then leave, you don't use up their patience, but you're not friendly. So like doing quests for them, like helping them is how you win friends. Yeah, so if anytime we're doing dice pool stuff, we're always just rolling d6s. I think that is a fine variable, and how to increase the difficulty or not is like you can, if the conversation is going well, you just don't add any. You just don't add any new dice to it. Like someone made a really convincing argument, they rolled high in their skill check. All right, we'll just see what she says. Despite your best efforts, like you could charm the pants off of a dragon, but she's just not putting up with it. Like you're gonna have to try a different way. Or if you insult her, add 2, right? And I know I have 2 different size dice, and then you roll. So that could be the knob rather than like just fiddling with a bunch of different dice. I do like that. That feels a little bit more nimble. So whether you're doing dungeons or this or that, you're just rolling d6s. That feels correct. Because, all right, so let's go here. So you could reliably roll 5d6 and not roll a 1. What about 6? So you still have like a good 1/3 chance if you have a pool of 6d6s of not rolling a 1. Like these numbers increment at the rate that I think feels appropriate. So it's not until you hit like 7 or 8 dice to where like, ooh, like, 8 dice, like you have a 75% chance of rolling a 1. So you have like, will you risk X for a 25% chance of something? Like that's an interesting thing to consider. But at the same time, you have some other chance of rolling like not just 1, but 2 or even 3. That feels perfect to me. I think we're sticking with d6s, thinking it through with you guys. I think that has helped. That feels pretty correct. No, not everybody's gonna have the same amount of patience. He's neutral. He has 2. Like if you meet someone new for the first time, you say something dumb, they're not just gonna say. They'll say, "That was weird. Why would you say that?" And you say a second dumb thing, like, "All right, like get away." If you say one dumb thing, one offensive thing to someone who hates you, like that's it. Like if the 1, 2, and 3 feels correct. Yeah, influence check could either remove a die or add a die. Yeah, I think that's a cool cool thing to do. Yes, all of this feels cool. Feels cool. I really like that. Yep. Okay, so if you're rolling, oh wait, no, that was a d8s. Did I have the wrong one up? No, I had the right one up. I just had 2 of them. Okay, so you got like a 75% chance with 8 d6s. Okay. Yeah, if they're hostile, yeah, they could start with 2 d6 instead of 1 or 3. Yeah, that's cool. Instead of like d4s. I like that. Okay, so let's type this up now with the learnings that we have. Okay, so here we go. Negotiating. Asking to buy something at normal price or for publicly available information, no roll is needed. It just happens. Haggling on the price of an item. Yeah. Can you do 45? A single skill check with a relatively easy DC. Asking for it for free. That shouldn't be possible with a single roll. Or asking about a secret or embarrassing info. Now we're negotiating. Okay, so when to negotiate, when to use a skill check, and when to just not roll. Okay, I need to rearrange this. Asking about a secret. Yeah. Okay, so how do you negotiate? Where the heroes make an offer or request, roll 1d6. As long as it's not a 1. Each successive roll. You can add 1d6. If either rolls a 1, you know what? I can type this on my own. What I'd like to do with you guys, something that I can't do or won't do on my own. Thank you, Edward, and thank you, CJ. What I typically don't like to do ever on my own is read through rules. So since I think it was Paul who was recommending the draw steel rules, let's actually do a read through together of, or maybe at least a scan of the negotiating rules of draw steel because tests, rewards, test combat, negotiation. So we might not get through all of this, but we'll see. So I do like my things a bit more streamlined than what I've seen here before, but we'll see. We'll zoom in a little bit more. There you go. Negotiation gives the heroes a chance to get what they want without combat, or at least without further combat. You might negotiate with the king to obtain military support against an incursion of demons in a neighboring country. You You could enter into a talk with the bandit leader to convince her to stop attacking merchant caravans on the road. Instead, target nobles loyal to a tyrant. You might attempt to convince an archmage to allow you to access their secret library. So you research the location of a dragon-slaying axe. Negotiation covers all these scenarios and more. Think of negotiations as something like learning a new system for combat exploration or investigation in an RPG. This set of rules provides a framework for role-playing. Negotiation rules are meant to be read by players and directors. Okay, so both need to read this. So I don't love that both need to read it to understand it. I'd rather like the GM can scan the paragraph and just, okay, I get it. And the players don't have to read it all. The players, the heroes, they can just sort of learn it as they go. Oh, okay, so this is how it works. Like the first time they do a negotiation, they know how it works without having to read it. So that's just my preference. It is like I can feel myself. I can feel my patience like speaking negotiate. I feel like I'm being negotiated with right now. Like please continue. This set of rules provides a framework for role-playing. Negotiation rules. Okay. If you've never played a game with dedicated negotiation system like this, you might need to run it once or twice before you master it. Yeah. So much you're learning. Okay. So let's stop talking about it. Let's start. When to negotiate. Overly wordy. Okay. That is a little bit encouraging. Limits of negotiation. Okay. Threat of violence. Okay. Okay, I get it. Okay. During negotiations, the director assigns NPC 4 temporary stats and features: interest, patience, motivations, and pitfalls. The heroes can strike a favorable deal if they maximize an NPC's interest by making arguments that invoke. Yeah, it's hard for me to read this. Not this, just in general. Okay, so right away, for me, having 4 different stats for negotiation, like and having to assign all 4 stats feels feels like too much. So I don't think NPCs should have stats like that, like individually, like this NPC has this stat, this NPC has that stats. I think that might be too much, but maybe just broadly, like allies have this. That's a little bit easier. And then if you say something that would offend this guy, or he wouldn't like, then you add 2 dice instead of just 1. If you say something that really appeals to them, don't add any dice, or maybe remove 1. Okay. Good. NPC interest between 1 and 4. So interest is like patience, right? No, they have interest and patience. Okay. And if it drops to 0, okay. So interest in this case is what I've been calling patience. So what is patience? Interest decreases during the negotiation based on the arguments makers. Okay. Because patience represents how much time and effort they're willing to devote to negotiation. Patience is graded on a scale of 0 to 5. Okay. Okay, so they're both 0 to 5. With each NPC starting negotiation when they're patience. Okay. If a patience reaches 0, NPCs makes the final offer and negotiation ends. Okay, so there's 2 different ways to patience ends a negotiation when it runs out. Okay, so interest goes up and patience goes down. That's interesting. Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, so if you imagine the negotiation as a race, so they are saying like you can run. I'll do it backwards. You can run the race, get closer to the finish line, but also you can move the finish line closer to you, right? So they have these 2 things, and maybe they can like go past each other or something. But what I would prefer is like having one thing, and you're running toward the finish line. Like you just have one thing going this way, right? Rather than having two things you can move and they're both going. Yeah. Let's keep going. Okay, languages, motivations, pitfalls. Each NPC has at least 2 motivations. Okay, so there's 4 stats. So I don't think at all, Paul. I don't think what I was doing at all is this with more steps. It might be similar to this with fewer steps, but there's no way this is more steps. But I get what you're saying. I get the joke. Each NPC has at least 2 motivations, and the heroes can appeal to. Arguments that appeal to an NPC's motivations require an easier power roll to increase NPC interest. Arguments that don't appeal to a motivation require a more difficult power roll. I think that's like the DC of it. Each motivation, click on there. Each motivation can be successfully appealed to only once during a negotiation. Okay, to successfully appeal to motivation, the heroes must use their motivation without mentioning one of the pitfalls being caught in a lie. Okay. Pitfalls, things you shouldn't say, benevolence. Okay, list of motivations and pitfalls. Benevolence, discovery, freedom, greed, higher authority, justice, legacy, peace, power. So I'm not going to read all of this. Protection, revelry, vengeance. Okay, opening a negotiation. Negotiation begins when the heroes ask something of an NPC and the director deems that the circumstances require negotiation. Those circumstances always involve the heroes requiring assistance that could change the course of the adventure. Okay, so the GM needs to want to, and the heroes want to. Director can decide an NPC who has something the players want. Okay, stop combat, start negotiation. I do like this. I do like negotiation being an option to start or stop combat. If a hero wants to halt hostilities to negotiate with the other side, they can maneuver. Is it like out of focus over here? If a hero, sorry, I'm trying to see if it's out of focus. If a hero wants to halt hostilities to negotiate with the other side, they can use maneuver to make a hard presence test. Okay. Starting stats. Hostile, openly opposed to the heroes, barely willing to listen. Okay. Normal. Ooh, I like suspicious as a thing rather than unfriendly. Not no, I like friendly. Okay, so yeah, so they have like 1 or 2 more additional things than I would have. So we have neutral, then open. I feel like neutral and open are kind of the same thing. Friendly and trusting, or friendly and ally, and then unfriendly. So I like having unfriendly and friendly, so that like you can sort of tell, and then ally and hostile. I like mine a little bit better, but this is cool. Okay, so where they are is what determines their interest and patience. So I would say a hostile thing has 1 patience, unfriendly has 1, neutral has 2, friendly and allies have 3. So it'd be a bit simpler. Okay. NPC. Oh, the NPC can willingly hint at or reveal one of their motivations, usually by asking for something. For instance, Monarch NPC with a greed motivation, penchant for collecting rare animals, might suggest that the heroes retrieving a griffin egg would earn the Monarch's gratitude. The director can also decide that during the natural course of negotiation. Okay. An NPC isn't as forthcoming as the hero's ally can have 4. Okay, yeah, I will. I'll check it out. I do like Matty P. I'm actually I've been a patron of his for I think years at this point now. Oh, check it out. NPC can willingly hint at, okay, blah, blah, blah. Is it forthcoming? Okay, power roll. So this is when you roll their dice. I think they're D3s or D10s or something. I think they're D10s. 2D10. The hero learns no information. Let's roll it. 8 and a 4. I got a 12. Okay. The hero learns no information. The hero learns no information regarding. Oh, I got nothing. Okay. Making arguments. Yeah, this is not what I'm looking for, I don't think. Cool for the kind of person who enjoys it, though. I'm not saying anything bad about it. It's just not what I'm looking for. Computer caught in a lie, pitfall, use renown, and this fame, NPC response, interest. Okay, this might be cool. After a hero makes an argument, NPC responds in one of 3 ways. Okay, so far what I've had is if you roll a 1, they just say nah. And if they have enough patience, maybe try again. So having something a little bit more than just no, try again it might be cool. NPC responds positively if the heroes increase interest. Okay. NPC responds negatively if the heroes decrease their interest. I don't buy that. Okay, so he's saying GM say something. Yeah, so I'm definitely open to being convinced of different things. Yeah, so that this is a good thing. So I don't really want a social system. If by social system we're talking about like this, but I do want something like. But at the same time, there is something to the argument or the point that people make that there isn't much of a framework in Nimble to handle social encounters. So there's a framework for like handling simple questions. Can I have 5 gold off this 100 gold thing? Sure, make a skill check. But there isn't any way for us to like easily resolve. There's not a good framework that a GM could come up with on the fly that would handle like, give me this thing for free. I need it. It's an emergency. Or like, tell me all of your secret information you know about this thing. That would need a series of skill checks. And the only thing that we have right now is the person who is best at skill checks makes a bunch of rolls. A bunch of the same roll over and over and over again. So that is one, not fun because not everybody can be involved. Is unrealistic. And it feels, I don't know, it feels like a letdown. It doesn't give the GM enough to adequately resolve that situation in a way that makes sense, I think. So some simple way where everybody can be involved, or at least somewhat involved, and the players can have an interesting choice of, do we continue to press or do we stop? Are we happy with the discount we have or the information we have or whatever? So yeah, so just like right here, keep going or stop. You know, that's an interesting thing to have happen. So I don't want a social system like some sort of complicated thing that you have to learn this new thing or whatever. I want to give the GM a tool to be able to say, yes, you can ask that, but I'm going to roll these 3 dice. And if any one of them rolls a 1, you're going to lose the discount that you do have, and he's going to kick you out of his shop. But if none of them rolls a 1, then he'd be willing to offer you a deeper discount, or she'd be willing to give you more information. She does have more information. She's open. There's a chance that she's going to give it to you. So like, I want the GM to be able to have a system to where they can easily communicate to the players, I'm going to do this. And if this happens, here's the consequence. And if that happens, there's the consequence. What do you want to do? Because now for the GM, it is off of my shoulders of deciding whether a DC 12 or 11 skill check works. Or like the 4th influence check in a row works, because 1, that's not fun, and 2, like it the GM eventually just is like, all right, let's just move on, right? So I want an easy system to where the players can make an interesting choice because they have information of what's going to happen. Yes, you can do that, but I'm going to add another die and roll again. And if you fail, this. And you can use this for a lot of different situations and resolve it very, very quickly. So with the situations where there's back and forth, I don't know that I would call this a system. I might call it like a simple framework to resolve that everybody above the table can know what the risks are, what the odds are, at least, at a high level. And you can have this back and forth. Okay, like the first ask is easy. The second ask is this. The third ask is that. Like it needs a little bit of framework for the GM to be able to properly resolve those beyond the skills that exist. So, Edward, I hope that answers. Oh, I know that wasn't really a question that you had, but I hope that addresses what you're talking about. So no, I'm not looking for a social system so much as a framework that the GM can use and doesn't just have to come up with something on the fly. A flexible, easy framework that the players don't have to learn, like they could just do. Yeah, that's not a bad way to put it. It's a subsystem, or a simple framework that puts a sort of cap on how long this can go on. Not only does it put a cap on how long this can go on, it includes more of the people and encourages creativity and gives them the power and agency to make interesting choices because they know what's at risk. Okay, if the NP's interest is 5, they offer everything the heroes initially asked for and then sweeten the deal. Okay. If the NP's interest is 4, they offer the heroes everything they asked for but won't sweeten the deal. Oh, you guys can't see this. Okay, so yes, and the interest is yes, but they ask for a little bit. No, but this, no, but okay. So a little bit more granularity might be cool. Okay, so it's not that complicated. I think it's cool for this system. It's more complicated than I would want for Nimble. But like, if someone offered to run Draw Steel for me, would I say no? I would not say no. I would totally dig it. I probably have a blast. But it's more than I want for this system. But it is good. It is good to know what that is. Okay. Okay. Whenever the heroes make a big request, roll 1d6. As long as it's not a 1, the NPC will give some portion of the request and continue the conversation. If a 1 is rolled, their patience is what do we say? Allies and friends have 3. Will the granularity slow down and hinder, not help the GM? If it's too granular, yes, absolutely. So, yeah, for me, I wouldn't want to run Draw Steel. I would love to play it. So if it's too granular, yes, it can definitely slow things down and become onerous, like more rules I have to learn. But if all I have to know is roll a d6 on a 1, it doesn't work. I think that's easy enough. And each time they ask again, just add another die. So getting the right amount of granularity is important. So that is a good point. One is rolled, their patience is reduced. If a one is rolled, they don't give in and their patience is reduced. 0. 0 patience. You're really bouncing off the dice pool? Okay. I mean, this is definitely like a super optional thing. Maybe think about what it is about the dice pool that does it. So for me, the dice pool represents increasing odds of something going to happen that feels correct for a conversation. Like you can ask someone something private about themselves, and they might tell you. There's a chance they'll tell you. But the deeper you dig, the less and less likely they are willing to continue that conversation. If that makes sense. Roll 2 dice. One is able, the other is willing. I'm not sure what that's. So like the back and forth, I think is important. Like this is so. If we wanted to resolve it with just one die, like we just roll a d20, make an influence check. All right, if you 17, I just rolled 17. 17, you get all the information. You roll a 7, you get nothing. All right, over. What I'm trying to do is to create a little bit of granularity, a little bit of back and forth. Feels wrong for social and chases. Yeah, think about that, Paul, because I do appreciate your feedback, and that is definitely noted. I think it feels perfect for random encounters for dungeons. It feels perfect because of the risk is going up and it crashes down. I think it feels about right. Like just imagine someone coming up to you asking something personal about yourself, like, "What's your middle name?" Whatever you tell them your middle name. What's your mom's maiden name? Why are you asking me that? And they ask more and more like personal information about you. Like you're less and less likely to do it. This is exactly what a dice pool simulates. But if they say like, oh, my friend just dared me to do this, and they said they're gonna buy me a hamburger if I can, if you'll tell me your mom's maiden name. Like, I'm so sorry. Like, I know this is super awkward. Like your suspicion goes down now. So like instead like you start with 1d6, instead of rolling 2d6 now, like you would just like roll 1d6. Like, all right, like you're more likely to do that. So like the dice pool increasing or shrinking does the right thing. So if it feels correct to me, but if there's something that, yeah, give me a social. If there's something that's specific that like it feels wrong because I'm interested in the because. Traditional roll. Recently, I had to deal with a person asking repeatedly about how far the rules can bend for the local union elections to get around things. And I'll tell you, I could feel my dice pool increasing. Yep. Yeah. Like I've had conversations like this before, like, oh, go talk to so and so for this and this. And like I start talking to them and like blah 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 blah. And like I can feel like, oh, I just want to go until like, all right, I'm going, you know. Yeah, think about it. Yeah, feel free to DM me on Discord or send me an email or whatever. Leave a comment. I'll take a look at it. Absolutely, Paul. Appreciate it. What's to stop the players from asking that? So you can ask that. So the thing is, like they can say, give me this shield for free. Tell me all your secrets right now, everything you know about Green Thumb. But the thing is, like when you succeed, the NPC will give some portion of that request. All right, I'm not gonna give you everything for free. How about 10 gold off? Yeah, you can at me on Discord, CJ. Feel free. Yeah, feel free. You can DM me. It's open. So the players could ask for whatever. Like they could ask for the thing for free. They'll ask for everything. But the NPC, like each time they succeed, you'll get a portion of it and a portion of it and a portion of it until like maybe you do get the whole thing. But if you keep asking, like, and if the patience runs out before they get all the way to where they wanted, then they get none of it. Right? You get no discount. You get kicked out of the shop, or like you can't take back information, but you could say like, I'm not going to give you any more information. Like, you're not my friend anymore. You're this, like, we're not friends. Like, I like you less. It's going to be more difficult to deal with me in the future, like, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Could be. There's not a lot of charm here. There's not a lot of charm here, but yeah, if you make it like a good influence check or something else, or you threaten them, like yeah, there's definitely things you could do to do it. Yeah, it's very, very simple. Like, is this person friendly to you? Or like, do you know them? Are they neutral? Are they an ally? Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, I wouldn't say that's an issue. I would say like that's lateral thinking. Like it's an issue if you want to say like this is a chase scene, and the only way you can, it's sort of like, you know, this is a combat, but I want to talk to them. Okay, well, what are you going to say? Maybe it doesn't work. Like how would casting Firebolt or Fireball make this chasing end? Yeah, I think that's just not how RPGs work. The point of the chase scene was to go through the chase. The point for the players, the point of the chase scene was to like end the chase. We're gonna end the chase by shooting them, or like blowing something else up, right? The point of the chase is to end the chase in our favor. Okay, precision roll. How many dice do people have seen? I don't know. Generally, have enough dice isn't a problem. And if someone only has like one dice set, like if they play more than once, they buy more dice. I'm not too concerned about dice, the number of dice. Like I don't want to require someone to have like 16 dice of one thing, but like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's fine. You can borrow dice if it's like a rare thing. Okay. I think these 3 sentences here is the negotiation rules. Yeah. Hero could replace a roll of this dice pool with a skill check or other creative idea. Okay. Appealing to an NPC's or you could skip adding another die to the pool if the heroes they tread on one of the NPC's deal breakers, you could add 2 dice to the Okay. Yeah, I think that's pretty tight. Would each player have to take a turn in this negotiation? It wouldn't be taking turns. It would just be like everybody's sort of like Yeah, she looks, Marla, she looks like she has something to say. What are you guys doing? You just let them talk. It's sort of open and free form. I wouldn't say there's turns. Yeah, whoever says something or does something or has an idea, let him do it. And you could say, like, barbarian says, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna threaten her, and as I say, okay, yeah, you could do that, but I'm gonna add 3. Like, you're at 1 die right now. If you threaten her, like, next time I'm gonna add 2. I'm gonna roll 3 dice. Are you sure you want to threaten her still? Like, maybe not. Maybe not. I'm not gonna threaten her. It would be the same thing for intimidating. So for, like, someone weak and noodly and that sort of stuff, if you intimidate them, that might just count as an automatic success. Like, yeah, I might say, like, all right, here, make a skill check. All right, I got a 14 for my intimidate on my might check or whatever. You know what? He was starting to lose patience with you, and instead of rolling 3 dice, you just have an automatic success. Like, intimidating him is the way to get exactly what you want. Yeah, you could definitely intimidate some people, but trying to intimidate other people, that would be a big no-no. Like, try to intimidate your mom. Try to intimidate like your underlings. Maybe that's a way to get what you want. I like that. I like that. Cool. Okay, guys, I've been streaming for long enough, so I think we're gonna wrap it up there. We made some good progress, and I'll catch you guys later.